Chapter 9-10. Yili suddenly understood. It turned out that Zhang Baiwan had lost a lot of money yesterday. The servants in the residence were afraid that they would be an eyesore to the master, so they specially found these clothes to wear so as not to make the master unhappy. Yili smiled and said, "This one was rude. Being thrifty is always a good thing." The housekeeper smiled helplessly. Being thrifty was naturally a good thing, but with the Zhang family's wealth and status in Nanjing, they were often ridiculed because of this. They had long been used to it. Zhang Baiwan had already been waiting in the hall with his wife and daughter. Looking at Madame Zhang and young Miss Zhang, Yili suddenly had a deeper understanding of Zhang Baiwan's stinginess. Because of his injury, Zhang Baiwan's face was still a little pale, but when he saw Yili come in, his face was full of smiles and was very attentive. "Young Master Chu has come. This old one did not come out to welcome you. Please forgive me." Yili cupped her hands and smiled. "Lord Zhang is too polite. This one is Chu Junwei. Greetings to Madam and young Miss Zhang." Zhang Baiwan was very happy and said to his daughter, "Zhu quickly greet young Master Chu." Young Miss Zhang very shyly stepped forward and bowed. "Zhu greets young Master Chu." When she saw young Miss Zhang, Yili finally understood why Master Lin had a strange expression when he mentioned Zhang Baiwan's daughter. In all fairness, young Miss Zhang's appearance was not ugly. Although she could not be considered a stunning beauty, she should be a delicate and pretty woman. However, this young lady gave off a very strange feeling. Even someone as calm as Yili couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when she stared at her. Yili's eyes twitched, and she inadvertently took a step back. Young Miss Zhang is too polite. Then she turned her gaze to Zhang Baiwan, swearing not to look at young Miss Zhang again. Seeing that Yili wasn't looking at her, Miss Zhang's eyes reddened. Zhang Baiwan looked at Yili, then at his daughter. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He smiled at Yili and said, "Young Master Chu, why don't we take a seat first?" Yili smiled and said, "Lord Zhang, please." Because only Yili was invited, Lord Zhang brought Mrs. Zhang and Miss Zhang to the table. The banquet wasn't very sumptuous, but it wasn't disrespectful. It seemed that even though Lord Zhang was stingy, he was still aware of the situation. After Yili sat down, Miss Zhang happened to sit beside her. This made Yili's body stiffen again. "Young Master Chu, je will pour some wine for you." Ms. Zhang picked up the wine jug and eagerly poured some wine for Yili. Yili could only thank her. She sighed and went straight to the point with Lord Zhang. If Lord Zhang really said that he was planning to marry his daughter to her, it would be ugly. "Lord Zhang, actually this one is here today because I have some important matters to discuss with Lord Zhang." Lord Zhang was taken aback. He smiled and said, "What is it? Why don't we talk after the meal?" Yili said calmly, "If it's about the 1 million grains that Lord Zhang donated to Princely yesterday." Zhang Baiwan's face immediately darkened. Just thinking about that 1 million grains made his heart bleed. "What does young Master Chu want to talk about?" Zhang Baiwan looked at Yili in confusion. Yili asked with a smile, "Is it convenient to talk here?" Zhang Baiwan hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still looked at his wife and daughter and said, "Madam, please bring Zhu down first. I have something to discuss with young Master Chu." Madame Zhang was just an ordinary woman in her boudoir. She treated her husband as her sky and did not know anything about business. She could only pull the somewhat unwilling Miss Zhang away. "What does young Master Chu want to talk to this old man about?" Zhang Baiwan asked. Yili smiled and said, "Yesterday, Lord Zhang donated 1 million grains to Princely. But according to this one's knowledge, Princely is sending out at least 800,000 soldiers this time. Taking everything into account, even if everything goes smoothly and we can agree to the Mahist army in the shortest time possible, it will still take at least half a year. In this period of time, the amount of grain needed is at least 3 million grains. And this is the most conservative estimate. Does Lord Zhang think that Prince Li's mansion can defeat the Prince Ding mansion in half a year?" Zhang Baiwan looked at him with some vigilance and said, "What does young master mean?" Yili smiled and said, "This one also has another piece of news. This time, the army has set out, but the imperial court did not transfer much grain from the granaries of various places. Because this year, Xiling is suffering from drought and a lack of harvest. The situation of the northern tribes is also not very good. I think that Lord Zhang has some understanding of the grain business. The imperial court sold a large portion of the grain that had just entered the warehouse to Xiling a month ago. So, this conservative estimate of 3 million grains, in the end, I am afraid that Lord Zhang and the grain merchants of Jiangnan will have to bear the cost. Zhang Baiwan's face darkened when he heard this. Prince Li wants to destroy my Zhang family. Donating 1 million grains had already greatly damaged the vitality of the Zhang family. If the Zhang family had to bear the cost of all the grain, the Zhang family would probably be finished. More importantly, the Zhang family would not be able to gather so much grain in such a short time. When the time came, the crime of delaying military plans would be brought down. Zhang Baiwan's head would still roll. As expected, Princely did not plan to let him go from the beginning. Not only that, but honestly speaking, this one could say that this war is not something that can be finished in a year or so. When the time comes, the Zhang family. Zhang Baiwan's face was ashen. He looked at Yi Li and said, "Young Master Chu, you did not come here just to scare me, did you?" Zhang Baiwan was also a shrewd businessman. He naturally knew that Yi Li would not come here just to play with him. Yi Li lowered his eyes and said lightly, "This one does have a way to help Lord Zhang, but I don't know if Lord Zhang is willing. Please save me, young Master Chu." Zhang Baiwan hurriedly said. Yi Li smiled and handed over an envelope. Zhang Baiwan took it and skimmed through it. His face could not help but change. He stared at Yi Li and said, "Young Master Chu, you are?" Yi Li smiled and said, "This one's surname is Chu. The Chu family and the Su family are related by marriage." Zhang Baiwan understood. His expression kept changing. After a while, he asked, "Can young Master Chu make the decision?" Yi Li smiled and took out a token from his sleeve and placed it on the table. Zhang Baiwan stared at the black jade token with a murderous look on it. Even though he had never seen the Prince Ding Mansion's token, Zhang Baiwan really did not think that anyone in this world would dare to copy the Prince Ding Mansion's token. Also, the Chu family and the Su family were related by marriage. With the Su family's position in Li City, the possibility of Chu Junwei working for the Prince Ding Mansion was much higher than coming all the way to Jiangnan to rely on the Li Palace. "What does Lord Zhang think?" Yi Li asked. "If this old one does not agree, what does young Master Chu plan to do?" Zhang Baiwan asked. Yi Li said calmly, "Then I ask Lord Zhang to forget what happened today." Zhang Baiwan said in a low voice, "This old one needs to think about it." Yi Li did not waste time. He stood and said, "Since it is like this one will leave first." Zhang Baiwan looked at Yi Li and said with some luck, "Actually, if young Master Chu can agree to this old one's request, this old one can give you an answer right now." Seeing Zhang Baiwan's satisfied and expectant gaze, Yi Li rolled his eyes in his heart. He quickly said, "Lord Zhang, please forgive me. This one is just running errands. If Lord Zhang has any request, this one can pass it on for you. But if it has to do with me, I'm afraid, please forgive me, Lord Zhang." Chapter 911. Zhang Baiwan could only sigh. His disappointment was obvious. He really hoped that Chu Junwei could become the son-in-law of the Zhang family. In this way, the Zhang family would have more protection. Moreover, his daughter had high standards. Ordinary men would not enter her eyes. Unfortunately, after leaving the Zhang family, Yi Li, Wei Lin, and Zhuo Jing could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Zhuo Jing said that Miss Zhang's eyes were almost glued to young Master. Fortunately, young Master saw the opportunity and sent her away. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. Being handsome was also a mistake. They really did not know how young Master Qingchen had survived all these years. No wonder he provoked a crazy woman like Dong Fangyu. However, Princess Consort dressed as a man was worse than young Master Qingchen. Young Master Qingchen's immortal aura made people look up to him and dare not blaspheme him. However, Princess Consort dressed as a man was handsome and amiable. She was simply the best candidate for a good son-in-law. "Princess Consort, what if Zhang Baiwan runs to tell on us?" Wei Lin frowned. Yili said indifferently, "Then we can only let Lord Zhang be a real money grubber. But I think he's a smart person." Wei Lin thought for a moment and said, "Yes, and with his money-grubbing temper, how could he send himself in when he knows that Mo Jingli wants to swallow up his Zhang family?" Yili sighed and said lightly, "It will be much easier to deal with the Zhang family and the Lin family. The Zhang family and the Lin family could be regarded as the richest in Nanjing. With their secret help, there was no need to worry about not being able to poke a big hole in Mo Jingli's logistics. Everything was carried out in secret in an orderly manner. Ever since he had been in the limelight at the regent's residence's banquet, Mo Jingli seemed to have remembered this young master from Yunzhou's Chu family. From time to time, he would send people to invite him to the residence to talk and ask for some opinions on political affairs. However, Yili was still a little worried that Mo Jingli would see through her and reveal something. Most of the time, she refused. Only when she really could not refuse would she go once. However, he did not expect that because of this, Mo Jingli valued him even more. It seemed like Mo Jingli also wanted to play a show of being courteous to the wise. Perhaps he was really worried that the Empress Dowager would affect the little emperor, so Mo Jingli really left the little emperor in the regent's residence. She would only bring it to the palace when she went to court every day. Although there were many people in the court who objected to this, Mo Jingli controlled all of the Dechu state's military power. Political power came from the barrel of a gun. This had always been the case in ancient times. Since ancient times, how many literati revolted successfully? Yili had also seen the little emperor once in the prince regent's residence. Compared to the last time she saw him at the banquet, he was even more weak and thin. Very quickly, news spread from the Li Palace that the little emperor had been poisoned with a slow-acting poison. When they received the news from the Li Palace, everyone could not help but be stunned. Wei Lin frowned. What exactly does Mo Jingli want to do? The eve of an expedition was the time when stability was required. Now that the little emperor had been poisoned to death, it was not a good thing for Mo Jingli. How much longer can Mo Suyin last? Yili asked in a low voice. Yaoji, who had come with Qin Feng, shook her head. Although the poison in the little emperor's body is slow-acting, it is still somewhat strong. Also, the little emperor seems to have some innate deficiencies. These 2 years, he has been greatly frightened by Mo Jingli. I'm afraid, even if the poison is cured, he won't be able to live to adulthood. Yaoji herself was the mother of a child, and she had not seen her own son for many years. She naturally felt more heartache for a child. Speaking of which, in this messy dispute, the most innocent person was the little emperor, who was only 8 or 9 years old. A child who did not know anything, without the love of his father, without the support of his mother, was suddenly pushed to the position of emperor before Mo Jingqi's death. What was waiting for him? As long as one had eyes, they could see clearly. Yili was silent. She had never been a heartless person. But to this child, although she could not say that she had harmed him, she had absolutely left him in the lurch. Everyone for their own goals. The Empress Dowager, for her own power, Mo Jingli, for his high position, and she for the Prince Ding mansion, had all chosen to give up this child. Princess, Mo Suyin's matter has nothing to do with us. Princess, why do you blame yourself? Qin Feng said in a low voice. Yili shook her head and smiled indifferently. I don't blame myself, but I'm a little emotional. He's just a child who doesn't know anything. Why was he born in the emperor's family? Yili rarely blamed herself. Self-blame was a kind of useless guilt. Instead of blaming herself, it was better not to do so in the first place. Since she had chosen, what was the use of blaming herself? Yaoji, go and tell Yiying. Give me the list in her hand. I'll tell her the child's whereabouts immediately. If it's too late, she'll regret it. Yili said lightly. Yaoji frowned and said, I'm afraid Yiying won't agree. She may not trust Princess in her heart. Now the list in her hand can be said to be the most important thing she can hold. She certainly won't give it out easily. Princess, you seem to consider telling her the child's news first? Yili sighed and said, if we tell her the child's news now, we really can't get the news. and even you and many people in Nanjing will be in danger. Yaoji frowned and was somewhat puzzled. Qin Feng said, if we tell Ying that her son is the little emperor, how can she help the Prince Ding mansion? The first thing she has to do is to tell this news to Mo Jingli. Now Princess Xixia is dead and Dong Fengyu is missing. Once the little emperor becomes Mo Jingli's son, Yaoji suddenly realized she had spent a lot of time with Ying. She naturally understood Yi Ying's temperament. Ying was timid and not very smart. It was difficult for her to achieve great things. But she was selfish and didn't trust anyone at all. When necessary, she was ruthless enough. If her son became the emperor, she would be the Empress Dowager. Naturally, she didn't need to care about the Prince Ding mansion. Yaoji sighed helplessly and said, I'll go back and tell her. She only hoped that Ying would be rational and not harm her son. Princess, what does Mo Jingli want to do to the little emperor now? It can't be that he can't wait and wants to ascend the throne immediately, right? If the little emperor dies in his princely mansion, he will be suspected. Zhuo Jing was puzzled and said, Mo Jingli always liked to be smart. He didn't seem like someone who didn't understand such a simple principle. Yili shook her head and said in a low voice, in fact, it may not be Mo Jingli who poisoned him. Someone wants to frame Mo Jingli? Everyone was puzzled. Qin Feng frowned and said, since Dong Fengyu disappeared, Mo Jingli has vigorously reorganized the princely mansion again. Now it can be said that the princely mansion is completely under Mo Jingli's control. Even we can find out the news, Mo Jingli can't not know. Chapter 9:12. Yili pondered for a long time before raising her brows. There's another person in the Li Palace who can act against Mo Suyin. Even if Mo Jingli knows, he won't expose her. Besides, if the little emperor dies like this, it's not necessarily a bad thing for Mo Jingli. Xian Zhao Grand Concubine? Lin Han asked. Yili nodded. That's right. Right now, the only people in the Li Palace who can act against Mo Suyin are Mo Jingli, Ying, and Xian Zhao Grand Concubine. It's not easy to administer a slow-acting poison. It takes a lot of time. Even if the little emperor has no power, there are still many people serving him. Normal people definitely can't put the poison in Mo Suyun's food at the right time every day. Why does Xian Zhao Grand Concubine want to kill the little emperor? Wei Lin didn't understand. Yili smiled. Xian Zhao Grand Concubine and the Empress Dowager are cousins. That year, they entered the palace together to serve the late emperor. It can be said that for most of their lives, they supported each other through thick and thin. After Mo Jingqi ascended the throne, the Empress Dowager became the Empress Dowager and conferred Xian Zhao Grand Concubine as Grand Concubine. She moved out of the palace to live in the Li Palace. Compared to the other concubines of the late emperor, she's considered quite good. However, I've always had a question. In the Chu state, the lowest rank of concubines is Chiron. The highest is Empress. Below the Empress, there are Gui, Fei, and Fei. According to convention, after the late emperor passed away, concubines were conferred one level higher. In other words, under normal circumstances, Xian Zhao Grand Concubine was a concubine when the late emperor was alive. Then, Mo Jingqi should confer her the title of Gui Fei. However, why did Xian Zhao Grand Concubine remain a concubine her entire life? Yaoji supported her chin. At that time, no one raised any objections. That means it's reasonable to confer this title. Yili said, it's reasonable, but not appropriate. Moreover, at that time, the late emperor's concubines were all demoted or killed by the Empress Dowager for various reasons. The only one left, Xian Zhao Grand Concubine, was given the grace of leaving the palace to live in luxury. It seems that she was naturally favored, but no one noticed this. Why do you think the Empress Dowager wants to send the virtuous old concubine out of the palace? Yaoji blinked her eyes and said in surprise, Empress Dowager, you don't want the virtuous old concubine to stay in the palace to fight for power with you? Then, the virtuous old concubine must have something on her that made the Empress Dowager not dare to touch her. That was why he had been living a peaceful life for so many years. Now that she has made a move on Mo Jingli, Is it because she wants to push Mo Jingli onto the throne, and also because she wants to take revenge on the Empress Dowager? A Huang Nuing is an eternal story. However, I have never seen the existence of the so-called Huang and vying. Yili sighed softly. As long as she was a woman, she would be jealous. How could she have a deep, sisterly relationship with another woman who shared a husband with her, without the slightest grudge? Moreover, she was a woman in the palace. From the first day they entered the palace, there was only one thing they did: fight. Fight for favor, fight for status, fight for children. Mo Jingli is also the Empress Dowager's son, Wei Lin reminded. The virtuous old concubine, Zhao, did not have a child. No matter how deep she hid, she had already lost from the beginning. Giving birth to grace, raising grace, which is more important. Is Mo Jingli's current choice not enough to prove it? Yili smiled. Yaoji frowned and said, when the capital was just moved to Nanjing, it was said that Li Wang wanted to confer the title of Imperial Concubine Zhao to Imperial Concubine Zhao and control the harem together with the Empress Dowager. Later, I don't know why there was no news. Everyone present couldn't help but shake their heads. The imperial family's affairs were so complicated that it made them feel dizzy. Although the virtuous old concubine, Zhao, did not have a son, she had been playing the role of a sisterly relationship under the suppression of the Empress Dowager for many years. Presumably, she finally could not bear it anymore. However, they did not know that the relationship between Mo Jingli and the Empress Dowager was broken. How much effort did the virtuous old concubine, Zhao, contribute to it? Reporting to Gongzi, someone from the regent's residence came. He said that the regent asked for him. The steward outside the door reported in a low voice. Yili was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, I know. Ask them to wait for a moment. The steward responded and left. Yili stood up and said, Fine, I can go to the Li Wang residence to see what is going on. Yaoji frowned and said, Li Wang seems to often summon the princess these days. Will he see any flaws? With Mo Jingli's temperament, if he really saw any flaws, he would not be so polite to invite you. Don't worry, Yili said with a smile. When she arrived at the Li Wang residence, Yili was directly invited to Mo Jingli's study. When she stepped into the study, there were already many people inside. However, Yili was only familiar with one person, the current Marquis Muyang. Chu Junwei greets the regent. Yili cupped her hands and said. When Mo Jingli saw Yili come in, he seemed to be in a good mood and said, Gongzi Chu is here. Please take a seat. Yili nodded and thanked him, then walked to the last seat and sat down. Although the Chu family was a famous family, the people present were all Mo Jingli's confidants. Yili naturally would not sit at the front without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Coincidentally, Yili sat diagonally across from Muyang. Muyang smiled and nodded at him. Yili also did not want to brush him off, so she smiled and nodded. Mo Jingli raised his eyebrows and looked at the two, asking, Marquis Muyang and Gongzi Chu know each other? Muyang said respectfully, Gongzi Chu is so elegant. I only regret not meeting you. Yili smiled and said, Marquis Muyang is overpraising me. I have long admired Marquis Muyang's great name. Seeing that the two did not look fake, Mo Jingli nodded with satisfaction. He did not object to the relationship between the house of Marquis Muyang and the Chu family, but he was not happy that Muyang was too close to the Chu family behind his back. Yili took the opportunity to ask, I wonder what prince summoned me for. Mo Jingli glanced at the crowd and said, This time, there's indeed something I need Gongzi Chu's help with. Previously, regarding the Zhang family, Gongzi Chu solved a big problem for I with just a few words. These days, Zhang Baiwan has been working very hard. This is all thanks to Gongzi Chu. Yili declined modestly. Prince is overpraising. This is all thanks to the prince's power to deter Jiangnan. I dare not claim the credit. Mo Jingli sighed and said, I indeed have something important I need Gongzi Chu's help with. I hope Gongzi Chu will not decline. Yili's heart skipped a beat, but he said calmly, I await Prince's orders. Mo Jingli stared at Yili without moving, and said in a deep voice, I would like to ask Gongzi Chu to write an imperial edict for me. Yi Li's heart shook. He glanced at the people present. There was no change in their expressions. He knew that these people all knew what Mo Jingli wanted to say. Or it could be said that these people were waiting for him. Yi Li took a deep breath and asked, "There are many talents in the imperial court. There are countless seniors who can write an imperial edict for me. I'm afraid. Is Gongzi Chu unwilling?" Mo Jingli's face darkened as he asked lightly. Yi Li sighed helplessly in his heart. He already understood what Mo Jingli wanted him to write. But this thing could not be written. Once it was written, then the little emperor, Mo Seun, would probably die. Chapter 9:13. What imperial edict does Prince want this humble one to write? Zhui Jing and Wei Lin were not allowed to enter the Li Palace's study, so they could only wait outside. Moreover, even if they were by her side, Yi Li did not plan on shedding all pretense of cordiality with Mo Jingli so quickly. Mo Jingli's expression finally relaxed, and he said with a bit of sadness, "To be honest, His Majesty's health has not been good these days. I'm afraid His Majesty is still young, so he naturally does not have an heir. Thus, he intends to abdicate the throne. I would like to ask young Master Chu to write an imperial edict for me. Young Master Chu is a descendant of a prestigious family, so I believe that you will not disappoint I." Mo Jingli's attitude made Yi Li feel even more disgusted. He was clearly very pleased with himself, but he still pretended to be sad. Which imperial son of the previous emperor does His Majesty intend to abdicate the throne to? Yi Li's expression did not change as she asked innocently. The emperor did not have an heir, so the throne could only be passed down to someone else. However, it was usually passed down to the person closest to him by blood. Brothers first, then nephews. It was rare for the throne to be passed down to an uncle. Yi Li's question was not considered rude. A trace of coldness flashed through Mo Jingli's eyes, but he did not answer Yi Li's question. Mu Yang, who was sitting across from him, smiled and said, "Young Master Chu misunderstands. His Majesty intends to abdicate the throne to the Prince Regent. After all, most of His Majesty's brothers are still young. The Chu state is currently in a precarious situation, so it really needs a capable ruler. Although His Majesty is still young, he is wholeheartedly thinking for the Chu state." "For the Chu state's territory? He's probably scared by you, right?" Yi Li laughed coldly in her heart. Glancing at Mo Jingli with some hesitation, Yi Li pretended to be in a difficult position and said, "Prince, please forgive me. At this time, I'm afraid this one will need to discuss this with the main family. What's more, even though I'm a member of the Chu family, I'm only from a side branch of the family. Something like an abdication edict. Since ancient times, there weren't many emperors who were willing to abdicate the throne. In order to show that they had the support of the people, the edict naturally had to be written by someone with more influence. However, there were some things that were written well that would be passed down to later generations, but there were also some that would go down in infamy for 10,000 years. Although Yi Li had borrowed the identity of a member of the Chu family, she had no intention of tarnishing their reputation. If he was smart enough, the edict Mo Jingli wanted him to write would probably be put under the name of the Chu family's direct descendant. The world would only know that it was written by a member of the Chu family. Who cared if Chu Junwei was a direct descendant or a side branch of the family? Did he even exist in the Chu family? Actually, it wasn't that Mo Jingli wanted to force Yi Li to write this edict. It was that he couldn't find a suitable person to write it. The old officials in the court naturally wouldn't be willing to sacrifice their reputation to write this edict. However, most of Mo Jingli's trusted subordinates didn't have any reputation. Even though Chu Junwei was a side branch of the Chu family, he still had the name of the Chu family. The Chu family could be considered one of the top families in the Chu state other than the Su family. If he could find young Master Qing Chun to write the edict, Mo Jingli wouldn't need to care if Yi Li was willing or not. Mo Jingli stared at Yi Li with displeasure and said, "It's just a small matter. Young Master Chu is avoiding it in every way possible. Are you looking down on I?" Yi Li really wanted to slap Mo Jingli's face. If the person here was really just a side branch young master of the Chu family, Mo Jingli would set up such a situation. If the Chu family's young master was found to be in cahoots, he would have no choice but to commit suicide. Prince's words are too serious, Yili said firmly, but this matter is of great importance. This one really doesn't dare to act on my own accord. Prince doesn't want news to spread that the Chu family has expelled Junwei from the family right after this one writes the edict, right? If this was true, then the entire Chu family would give Mo Jingli a hard slap in the face. At that time, the situation would be even uglier than just casually pulling someone to write the edict. Not to mention anything else, if the Su family took the opportunity to say something, most of the scholars in the world wouldn't listen to Mo Jingli. Mo Jingli also knew that Yi Li was speaking the truth, but when he confidently made a request, he was met with neither soft nor hard rebuff. This made Mo Jingli lose face. Mu Yang, who was sitting down, saw this situation and quickly said, "Prince, young Master Chu's concerns aren't without reason. Young Master Chu is a scholar. It's inevitable that he won't be able to understand some things in a short time. There's no harm in letting young Master Chu think about it for 2 days. Presumably, young Master Chu will figure it out by then." Mo Jingli nodded. He looked at Yi Li and said, "I value young Master Chu very much. I ask young Master Chu to consider it carefully. With young Master Chu's talent, it's possible that he won't become the second young Master Ching Chun." Yi Li secretly laughed in her heart. She didn't dare to think that her wisdom was comparable to her big brother's. However, the price Mo Jingli paid to win him over this time was very considerable. Who didn't know that young Master Ching Chun was a person above tens of thousands of people in the Princeton mansion? It was an exaggeration to say that he had the power to overturn the world, as long as one was a scholar who didn't see young Master Ching Chun as a role model and a direction to strive for. However, Yi Li was sure that even if she was really Chu Junwei, she wouldn't choose Mo Jingli. Mo Xiaoyao had the courage and ability to tolerate tens of thousands of people, but Mo Jingli didn't. She was afraid that when Mo Jingli stood firm, the first unlucky one would be this second young Master Ching Chun. Yi Li respectfully replied, "Thank you, Prince, for your kindness. This one will consider it carefully." Mo Jingli looked deeply at Yi Li and nodded. "Okay, I will let people send young Master back to the mansion." "Thank you, Prince." Yi Li didn't refuse. She naturally understood what Mo Jingli meant. She didn't mind. Since he already knew such an important matter, how could Mo Jingli be at ease to let him leave like this? However, Mo Jingli didn't know that if Yi Li wanted to disappear from Nanjing, even if he dug 3 feet into the ground, he wouldn't be able to find her. Zhuge Jing and Wei Lin, who were waiting outside, saw that Yi Li went in and came out with a few guards from the Li Palace. Their faces couldn't help but change. Yi Li casually waved her hand, indicating that they shouldn't act rashly. The two immediately calmed down and stepped forward to salute. "This subordinate greets young master." Yi Li nodded and said, "Go back." "Yes, young master." Yi Li walked out of the Li Palace with her newly acquired attendants, Zhuge Jing and Wei Lin. But when she passed by the garden, she saw the little emperor wearing bright yellow clothes. It had only been 2 or 3 days since the last time they met, but the little emperor's thin face had become a little sallow. His pair of eyes, which always seemed to be filled with fear, became even more dim and lifeless. Everyone could see that this child didn't have long to live. Mo Suyin walked slowly in the garden. The eunuchs and palace maids following behind him lowered their heads. No one did anything. It was as if as long as the little emperor didn't leave their sight, it didn't matter what they did. The path in the garden wasn't very smooth, and Mo Suyin seemed to see something interesting in front of him. His dim eyes lit up slightly, and he ran forward. But his body was already very weak. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. But even so, the eunuchs and palace maids following behind him didn't help him up. It was as if these people had suddenly become puppets without consciousness. Chapter 9:14. It was very painful to fall from the uneven cobblestones. When Mo Suyun fell down, his 2 arms were bleeding. Tears suddenly welled up in his eyes, but for some reason, they did not fall. Mo Suyun did not get up. He just lay on the ground and stared blankly at his bleeding and burning arms. A pair of white and slender hands gently picked him up from the ground. Mo Suyun blinked his eyes and stared blankly at the handsome young master in white clothes in front of him. "Does it hurt?" Yili squatted down and looked at the child who was at the same level as her and asked softly. Tears welled up in Mo Suyun's eyes. After a while, he nodded. Yili sighed softly in her heart. How could she not see this child's abnormality? Compared to a few days ago, this child's reaction was much slower. When the people following Mo Suyun saw someone coming, they quickly stepped forward to stop them. This young master, the emperor, should go back to rest. Yili glanced at them and smiled faintly. So you know that he is still the emperor? The palace maid who spoke paled, but she quickly recovered and said, "We naturally know that he is still the emperor. So, we ask young master to leave quickly. The emperor is not someone that anyone can meet." Although the palace maid's tone seemed very polite, Yili could still hear a trace of pride and emphasis on still the emperor. Obviously, she was instructed to treat Mo Suyun like this. The guard behind Yili also stepped forward and wanted to ask Yili to leave. But when they knew that the prince still needed this Chu Junwei, they did not dare to be too tough. "Greetings to Princess." While they were in a deadlock, Ying walked over with people. She glanced at everyone and asked, "What are you doing?" The palace maid who spoke to Yili before stepped forward and said, "Reporting to Princess, we are following the orders of Imperial Concubine to accompany the Emperor out to play. This young Master Chu is blocking the Emperor's path and is unwilling to leave." Ying did not comment and looked at Yili. Yili smiled and said, "Reply to Wang Fei. This one only saw His Majesty fall and conveniently helped him up." Then, Yili lifted her sleeve, indicating that the little emperor was holding on to her and would not let go. Ying was silent for a moment, then said, "Young Master Chu is the prince's honored guest. Since the emperor likes him, then let him play with the emperor for a while. Why are you making such a fuss over nothing?" "Your Highness, but the old concubine." "Of course, I'll go back and explain to Concubine Dowager. With so many people watching, you still let His Majesty fall. Are you all dead?" Ying said coldly. Although these people were all loyal to the virtuous consort, they did not dare to talk back to Yi Ying, the Li Wang Fei, in front of outsiders. They could only shut their mouths. Yili took the medicine handed over by the guard Lin and carefully applied the medicine for Mo Suyun. She asked without turning her head, "Why didn't you call for an imperial physician?" The person serving Mo Suyun hesitated for a moment, then turned and left. Because Mo Suyun had been holding on to Yi Li's sleeve, Yili could not leave for the time being. She could only carry Mo Suyun to a pavilion in the garden to sit for a while. Sitting in the pavilion with Mo Suyun in her arms, Yili looked at Ying faintly and asked, "Do you know what the virtuous consort did?" Yi Ying's expression changed, and she asked in a panic, "Old concubine? What did the old concubine do?" Yi Li's heart sank. Looking at Yi Ying's expression, she knew that she did not know what the virtuous consort did. "Why didn't you tell Yaoji about this?" Yi Ying bit the corner of her lips and said, "This is not an important matter, and it has nothing to do with the Prince Ding mansion. Why would I tell her? What's more, I didn't tell her, but didn't you know?" "I knew, but unfortunately, it was too late," Yili said. Yi Ying did not care and said, "Don't tell me you still want to save him? He is the emperor of the Dechu state, and you are the consort of the Prince Ding mansion. What good would it do you to save him?" Yili smiled faintly and said, "Do you think that if Mo Jingli becomes the emperor, you will definitely be the empress?" Yi Ying's face turned pale. Of course, she knew that if there was no support, even if Mo Jingli became the emperor, she might not be able to become the empress. Originally, she had the support of the Prince Ding mansion, but now Mo Jingli had decided to go to war with the Prince Ding mansion. You can try and tell Mo Jingli my whereabouts. See if he will be in a good mood and give you the position of empress." Yili looked at her with a smile and said, but the faint coldness in her eyes made Yi Ying's heart tremble. She bit the corner of her lips and said, "I won't betray you. Betraying you won't do me any good." Mo Jingli's personality was vengeful. If she told him Yi Li's information, Then he would definitely reveal that she was investigating for the Prince Ding mansion. At that time, Yili would naturally be in trouble, but in the end, she would still be the unlucky one. Not to mention, the news of her child was still in Yi Li's hands. Yili looked at her calmly and said, "You still insist on not giving me the list?" Ying gritted her teeth and said, "Help me find my child first." Also, Yili raised her eyebrows and looked at her with interest. Ying said, "After Mo Jingli ascends the throne, you have to help me become the empress." Yili looked at her with some pity and said in a low voice, "You will regret it." The people outside came in with the imperial physician, but the child kept holding on to Yi Li's sleeve. Yi Li persuaded him for a while before letting him let go of his sleeve to let the imperial physician check. Yi Li was speechless when she saw that the imperial physician was only half-heartedly checking on his injuries, ignoring the obvious abnormality in his condition. She stood up and walked out of the pavilion. The guards who were waiting outside immediately came forward. Yi Li turned her head and said, "Go and tell the Prince Regent, don't make it too ugly. It won't do any good to the prince's reputation." The guards were stunned for a moment, but one of them turned and went in the direction of Mo Jingli's study. Yi Li looked back at the child who was sitting at the table in the pavilion in a daze and was being tortured by the imperial physician. She turned and said, "Let's go." "Young master, the emperor," Wei Lin couldn't help but ask. They weren't heartless, cold-blooded animals. Seeing a child who didn't know anything become numb and wait for death, Wei Lin felt some pity in his heart. Yi Li shook her head and said, "I'm afraid the emperor doesn't have much time left." The guards who followed Yi Li out of the Fu looked at Yi Li with some surprise. They didn't expect this elegant and handsome young master to be so daring. He knew that they were sent by the prince to spy on them, but he still dared to say these words in front of them. But they didn't understand one thing. When the other party didn't care about revealing some secrets in front of you, it meant that he thought you would never reveal his secrets. And in this world, the people who were least likely to reveal secrets were the dead. After listening to Yi Li's words, Zhuo Jing and Wei Lin tacitly swept their cold gazes over the guards. A faint murderous aura flashed through their eyes for a moment. The next day, news came from the Li Palace. The palace maids and eunuchs who served Mo Siyun were all beaten to death. Hearing Zhuo Jing's report, Yi Li's hands only paused for a moment before she continued to busy herself with the matters at hand. Chapter 9:15. 2 days later, when Mo Jingli sent people to the Chu mansion again, the Chu family was already gone. Only a letter written by Chu Junwei was left, saying that although the Chu family could not be loyal to the emperor, they could not go against the flow and murder the emperor. As for the guards sent by Mo Jingli, no one saw them again. Mo Jingli was furious when he heard the news, but where could he find Yi Li? At this time, Yi Li was already deep in the mountains dozens of miles away from Nanjing City. Standing on the edge of a few small huts, Yi Li looked at the scenery in front of her and nodded with a smile. "It's a good place to recuperate." Sister Lier, Yin Ge came out of the hut and saw Yi Li standing outside the hut looking at her with a smile. She immediately used her qinggong to land in front of Yi Li. "Sister Lier, how did you get in?" Yi Li smiled and said, "The array outside has to be wrong. It took me more than 2 hours to get in." Yin Ge blinked her eyes blankly and said, "But I didn't feel anyone coming in." Yi Li smiled and patted her pink and tender little face. "Is Big Brother okay?" "Oh, I forgot. Su Qingshan's medicine." Yin Ge cried out in annoyance and rushed back to the hut without caring that Yi Li was still behind her. She had just finished boiling the medicine when she heard a noise outside. She quickly came out to see, but almost forgot that Su Qingshan's medicine had been poured out. If he didn't drink it quickly, it would get cold. Seeing Yin Ge walk out of the hut with a bowl of medicine and walk to another hut, Yi Li raised her eyebrows and followed. "Su Qingshan, drink the medicine." Yin Ge walked into Su Qingshan's room with the medicine. Su Qingshan put down the book in his hand and looked at the medicine bowl in her hand and frowned. "Yin Ge, you really can't make these medicine into pills?" After this injury, young Master Qingshan knew that he was afraid of taking medicine. In the past, young Master Qingshan was naturally not afraid of taking medicine, But this time, for more than half a month, he drank medicine 3 times a day. Moreover, the pills made by Yun-ge were fragrant and sweet and melted in the mouth. However, the medicine that was brewed was unbelievably disgusting. Su Qingshun dared to swear that he had never drunk such a bad medicine in his life. But he had seen the prescription prescribed by Yun-ge. It was the most common prescription for internal injuries. Su Qingshun, who knew a little bit about medicine, even if he added a handful of Chinese gold thread, it would not be worse than the medicine in front of him. How can that be? Although the pills are tasty and easy to store, their efficacy is much worse than those that are brewed now. Yun-ge vetoed his suggestion and said, "It's not a troublesome medicine that requires a lot of time. Naturally, it's better to boil it and drink it. This way, your injury will heal faster." Looking at the smiling girl in front of him, Su Qingshun helplessly reached out to take the medicine bowl to his lips and drank it. Yun-ge nodded with satisfaction and praised, "Su Qingshun, you're the fastest person I've ever seen to drink medicine." Yun-ge actually knew how bad this medicine was because she had grown up drinking her father's cooking. Every time she drank the medicine, she had to dawdle for a long time. Most of the people her father saved in the mountains also refused to boil the medicine with her father. "Since you know it's bad, you should boil the medicine to make it taste better." Su Qingshun smiled bitterly. "How can that be? Father said that the medicine that milds the taste most likely has an antidote." And Yun-ge looked at him with a smile and said, "Knowing that the medicine is bad will make you less injured and less sick." Young Master Qingshun wanted to say that she was thinking too much. He only hoped that she could boil the medicine to make it taste normal. "Haha, big brother, I didn't expect the famous young Master Qingshun to be afraid of drinking medicine." Outside the door, Yuli finally couldn't help laughing. "Leah." Su Qingshun raised his head and looked at the door. Yuli stepped into the room and looked up and down. Although it was just a simple mountain hut, the furnishings in the room were only a bed, a table, and 2 stools. But it was very clean. There was also a somewhat clumsy but very cute wooden vase on the table. There were 2 simple flowers in the vase. The whole room was filled with a faint smell of medicine. She then looked at Su Qingshun. Perhaps it was because he had taken more medicine than food these days, but young Master Qingshun's handsome face was slightly thinner. However, his complexion was still good. He didn't look like someone who had suffered internal injuries at all. Obviously, Yun-ge took good care of him. Seeing Yuli come in, Yun-ge remembered that she had left the guest outside the door. She smiled at Yuli embarrassedly and said in a crisp voice, "Sister Yuli, have a seat. I'll go get you some tea." "Thank you, Yun-ge." Yuli smiled and sat down on the stool beside the bed. She smiled and looked at Yun-ge, who waved her hand and quickly went out of the hut to get tea. "She's really a cute little girl." "Big brother, don't you think so?" Yuli said with a smile. Su Qingshun smiled and nodded in agreement. "She's really interesting." Yili was slightly embarrassed. It turned out that in young Master Qingshun's eyes, a little girl wasn't divided into beautiful and cute, but interesting or not. "How's Big Brother's injury?" Yili asked with concern. Su Qingshun stroked his chest and said with a smile, "Although Yun-ji's medicine is disgusting, the effect is good. It's almost healed." Yili said with a smile, "Bitter medicine cures the illness." Young Master Qingshun's handsome face, which had always been full of immortal charm, showed a rare struggle. He said with some helplessness, "I feel that I'm regretting my previous decision." Yun-ge said that I still have to take medicine continuously for 3 months to completely recover from my internal injuries. Taking medicine for 3 months was not terrible. What was terrible was that no matter what kind of medicine was brewed by Miss Yun-ge, it would taste the same. There would never be a situation that was more disgusting than her medicine. Even Yun-ge herself could not do it, because that was the limit of disgusting. With Miss Yun-ji's enthusiasm, she would definitely brew the medicine for him personally. Young Master Qingshun felt that he was not blessed to enjoy it. Looking at Su Qingshun's conflicted look, Yili could not help but cover her mouth and chuckle. It's really rare to see Big Brother like this. Yun-ge has good intentions. If Big Brother rejects her, won't she be sad? Yili's hearing, sight, and smell were better than the average person. Just now, She smelled the thick and strange smell from Su Qingshan's bowl outside the door. At the same time, she made a decision to ask Miss Yungu to continue taking care of Big Brother's injury. It was really rare to see Big Brother like this. Looking at Yi Li's rare, playful smile, Su Qingshan shook his head helplessly. He looked at Yi Li and asked, "Aren't you working in Nanjing City? Why do you have time to see me today? What's the matter?" Yi Li sighed. Big Brother really has good foresight. Something has indeed happened. What's wrong? Su Qingshan raised his eyebrows and asked. Yi Li told him about the regent's residence in detail. Mo Jingli suddenly wanted to abolish Yi Li's position and become independent, which really surprised Yi Li. Chapter 9:16. Su Qingshan smiled and said, "Lear is still soft-hearted. So what if you wrote the abdication edict for him?" Mo Jingli wanted to establish himself as the emperor at this time, mostly because he wanted to suppress Prince Ding's manner in terms of status when they were on the battlefield. As long as the Chu family comes out to explain that there is no Chu Junwei in the Chu family, it won't be a problem. Yi Li smiled bitterly and shook her head, saying, "Perhaps if I wrote the edict that day, I'm afraid that right now, Big Brother would be hearing the news of Mo Jingli ascending the throne." Su Qingshan sighed slightly and said, "Mo Jingli is still too impatient." "Lear, are you pitying that child?" "There's no use in pitying him. That child is already beyond cure. Even if we save him, he won't live for long." Yi Li shook her head and said, although it was said that way, for her to personally save a child who didn't know anything, Yi Li knew that she couldn't do it. Su Qingshan looked at her with some pity and said, "With your and Mo Xiaoyao's personalities, I don't know how you two have lived so peacefully for so many years." In terms of nature, Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao's personalities were like heaven and earth. Yi Li could be ruthless to bad people, but she was easily soft-hearted to innocent people. Mo Xiaoyao was different. He looked gentle, but as long as he could achieve his goal, he didn't care who he dragged into the situation. Now, with the relationship between Mo Jingli and Mo Xin, who dared to say that Mo Xiaoyao wasn't involved in it? If Mo Xiaoyao really wanted to investigate, how could he not find out Mo Xiyun's identity? It was likely that Mo Xiaoyao already guessed, so he didn't let anyone investigate. Yi Li smiled and said, "Xiaoyao is Xiaoyao. I am me. Even if we are husband and wife, there's no rule that says we have to think the same. As long as we can understand each other, it's enough." "Then how do you plan to deal with Mo Jingli? Are we just going to let him be like this?" Yi Li smiled helplessly. "Does Big Brother think that I can overthrow Mo Jingli's rule in Jiangnan in a short month?" It was easy to find trouble for Mo Jingli, but to oust him from his position in Jiangnan, even if Mo Xiaoyao came personally, it would be difficult to do so in a short period of time. Su Qingshan looked at Yi Li with a smile. "Yi Li, what do you plan to do?" After so many years together, Su Qingshan understood Yi Li quite well. It was impossible for her to say that she did not intend to do anything. Yi Li muttered, "Tell Ying about Mo Xiyun's true identity. Lear is still soft-hearted. No wonder Prince Ding is worried about you." Su Qingshan sighed. Yi Li shook her head and said, "No, I want to bet." In Mo Jingli's eyes, his son is not as important as the throne. "Big Brother, isn't Yin Ji's medical skills very good?" Su Qingshan raised her eyebrows and said, "You want Yingu to save Mo Xiyun?" Yi Li lowered her eyes and said, "Mo Xiyun's illness can no longer be cured with medicine. I just want him to live a little longer. I also want to see what Mo Jingli will do if Mo Xiyun does not die in a short period of time." Su Qingshan nodded and said, "I will ask Yingu later." "What do you want to ask me?" Yingu carried a pot of tea and walked in with light steps. She smiled at Yi Li embarrassedly and said, "My family does not have any good tea. Sister Yi Li, please make do with this." The tea that Yungu carried was not some famous tea, but the flower tea that she made herself. The faint fragrance of the flower filled her nose. Yi Li took a deep breath and said with a smile, "It's very fragrant. It's good that Sisterly likes it. Do you have anything to ask me?" Seeing that Yi Li did not dislike her crude flower tea, Yingu was also very happy. Although she rarely came into contact with people, she had been to the city. Naturally, she knew that those rich people who lived in big houses looked down on these wild things. What's more, Sister Lee was a high and mighty princess. If Yili knew what she thought, she would definitely introduce Zhang Baiwan to her. At least, Zhang Baiwan would never dislike Yun Ji's flower tea. He might even beg Yungu to provide it for free 365 days a year. Su Qingshan said, Leah wants to ask you to save a child. Is Yungu willing to go? Sure. Yungu nodded and agreed without hesitation. Su Qingshan looked at her with some surprise and said, Yungu is really willing? Yungu was puzzled and said, Father said that a doctor has the heart of a parent. Why should I not be willing? Su Qingshan suddenly felt that she was tacky. Sure enough, it was not a good thing to be too scheming. Seeing Yun Gu and her father living in seclusion, she was used to thinking that Yun Ji's father did not want to practice medicine anymore because of some accident. Thank you, Yun Gu, Su Qingshan said with a smile. Yun Gu smiled faintly. You're welcome. I don't know if I can cure him. When the time comes, don't blame me for not being good at medicine. I will work hard. Su Qingshan nodded and said, In that case, I'm going to take you to find someone, right? Let's go to the city together later. Yungu nodded without objection and said obediently, I'll go and prepare something. Naturally, they could not go back to the Chu mansion. Yili stayed at Yun Ji's house for a night. The next day, they packed up and quietly returned to Nanjing City. This time, the place where they settled down was an inconspicuous mansion in a noisy area of the city. Yili could not come back as Chu Junwei this time. In the blink of an eye, she had turned into a beautiful woman with delicate features. She accompanied her sickly brother and younger sister to Nanjing to recuperate. This place was the most prosperous and chaotic place in Nanjing City. Their group of people living in the mansion in a low-key manner naturally did not attract anyone's attention. After settling down in the mansion, Qin Feng and Lin Han personally took Yun Gu to the Li Palace that night and let Yun Gu treat Immerse. At night, Yili and Su Qingshan sat in the study room and played chess. Yili slowly put down a piece and looked at Su Qingshan opposite her. She smiled softly and said, Big brother's injury is not healed yet. Why don't you go back to your room and rest? I'll wait here for Yungu to come back. Su Qingshan shook his head and said, It's okay. They should be back soon. I'll wait for a while and see what's going on. Try not to go out these few days. I'm afraid that Mo Jingli's people are still secretly investigating. Yili smiled and said, Lear knows. Big brother, don't worry. Qin Feng and Lin Han are both reliable. What's more, Yungu is also an expert. Nothing will happen to her. Su Qingshan slowly put down a piece and looked at her with a faint smile. Who said I was worried? Yili shrugged indifferently and said with a smile, I'm a little worried. Su Qingshan shook his head and stopped talking. There was a soft sound outside the door. Soon, the door of the study room was pushed open. Qin Feng and the other two walked in. Yun Ji's clear big eyes were particularly bright, and her small face was also red. Obviously, she had never done something like breaking into someone's mansion in the middle of the night, so she was a little nervous. Yili pulled Yungu to sit down and poured a cup of tea for her. Yungu, you've worked hard. Did you encounter any danger? Yungu smiled and said, No, Big Brother Qin Feng and Big Brother Lin Han are both very powerful. The guards of the regent's palace didn't even see us. In fact, in terms of Qinggong, Qin Feng and Lin Han might not be comparable to Yungu. But in terms of sneaking around in the middle of the night, the two of them were naturally much better than her. If Yungu, this rookie, went alone, she would have been chased everywhere. Chapter 917. Yili patted the little girl's head with a faint smile and asked, How is the child's condition? Hearing Yi Li's words, Yun Ji's little face immediately drooped. She looked at Yi Li with tears in her eyes. Yili pondered for a moment and asked, Not good? Yungu nodded dejectedly and said, That child was born with a congenital deficiency. He probably didn't live well when he was young. The poison in his body completely destroyed his body. Originally, even if he wasn't poisoned, that child might not live past 20 years old. But now, that child has suffered a lot of shocks for a long time. Even if I detoxify him, he can't be raised carefully. If he suffers a little more shock, he won't be able to live. But Brother Chin and Brother Lin said we can't bring him back. Yungo was a little emotional when talking about the patient, especially since she lived in seclusion in the mountains all year round and didn't experience much of the world. Seeing such a pitiful child, she couldn't help but sympathize with him. Yili nodded and said, "That child is the current emperor. If you bring him out of the Li Palace, something big will happen." Yinga nodded. She was just pure in her heart, but she wasn't insensible. She thought for a moment and said, "I'll make some pills tonight. Sisterly, you can give them to that child tomorrow. Although there's no way to treat his illness, it can still make him feel better." Yili said softly, "You're tired tonight. Don't worry. It's not too late to prepare tomorrow. I'll ask them to prepare the herbs you need for you later." "Okay." Su Qin-chun. In fact, among the people in the room, the person Yingo was most familiar with was Su Qin-chun, so she couldn't help but look at Su Qin-chun. In the end, the reason why she trusted Yi Li, Qin Feng, Lin Han, and the others so much was based on the fact that they were people Su Qin-chun knew. Su Qin-chun smiled faintly and said, "Yingo is tired. Go and rest early." "Oh, then you should also find some rest." Yingo nodded obediently and followed the maid waiting at the door to return to her room. Seeing Yingo leave, the door of the study closed again and the study fell silent. After a while, Su Qin-chun said, "Lyra, don't think too much. Now that things have come to this, the Prince Ding mansion is also in trouble. I've let that child down." Emosiyun was indeed very innocent and pitiful, but in this chaotic world, who wasn't innocent and who wasn't pitiful? At least, Yili had given Mo Jingli and Yi Ying a chance to make amends. Yili smiled faintly and said, "Big brother, you don't need to persuade me. I understand." That night, a piece of paper silently appeared at Yi Ying's bedside. There were only 3 simple words on the note: Mo Suyin. Yi Ying was in a daze for a long time with the note in her hand. Slowly, her face became paler and paler. "Prince! Prince!" Early in the morning, Yi Ying's urgent cries came from outside Mo Jingli's study. Mo Jingli, who was dealing with political affairs, frowned unhappily. Chu Junwei's sudden disappearance in Nanjing had already made Mo Jingli very unhappy. At this time, he really didn't have the mood to care about Yi Ying. Originally, he thought that Nanjing had always been under his control. However, in less than a month, Chu Junwei and Dong Fangyu disappeared under his nose. How could Mo Jingli not be angry and vigilant? Prince has ordered that he won't see anyone." The voice of the guard outside the door refused. "Get out of the way. I have something important to discuss with Prince." Yi Ying angrily rebuked. Princess, listening to Yi Ying's voice that seemed to not give up until she got what she wanted, Mo Jingli frowned and put down his pen. He said loudly, "Let her in." Yi Ying pushed the door open and came in. She didn't have time to salute Mo Jingli and hurriedly came forward and said, "Prince, I found our child." Mo Jingli was stunned, but quickly regained his senses. He said calmly, "What nonsense are you talking about now?" It was not that Mo Jingli didn't believe Yi Ying, but Yi Ying stayed in the Li Palace all day long and had no power in her hands. Even Mo Jingli didn't have the slightest clue about this. How could Yi Ying know? Yi Ying said anxiously, "It's true. Prince, you have to believe me." Mo Jingli furrowed his brows and said impatiently, "All right, you can speak. Where's the child?" Yi Ying said, "It's the Emperor. Prince, you have to save him. He's our child." "You're crazy." Mo Jingli pushed her away and said angrily. Yi Ying, who was pushed away, rushed over and grabbed his sleeve, saying, "It's true, you have to believe me. He's really our child, woo-woo. I beg you to save him, he's about to die." "How did you know that the child is our child?" Mo Jingli asked with a gloomy face. Yi Ying was speechless. Of course, she knew that the note was sent to her by Yi Li, but she couldn't say it. Once she revealed Yi Li's matter, not only would Mo Jingli not let her off, Even the people in the Princeton mansion would not let her off. She shook her head in horror. "No, I can't say it." Mo Jingli's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he sneered, "You can't say it? If you can't say it, why did you come to I? Get out." Ying was stunned and bit her lip, saying, "But the child." Mo Jingli said indifferently, "What child? Mo Siyun is Mo Jingqi's son." "No, that's our child, Prince. He's your only son." Ying cried out in panic. If Mo Jingli refused to acknowledge this child, then this child, as Mo Jingqi's son and the current emperor, could only die. Looking at Mo Jingli's indifferent expression, Yi Ying's heart turned cold. She didn't know why, but she suddenly remembered the day Princess Shixia died and couldn't help but shiver. "Come, send the princess consort back to her room. Without I's order, no one is allowed to see her," Mo Jingli said in a low voice. Unable to resist, Yi Ying was forcefully sent back to her courtyard by the guards. When she returned to her room, she threw herself on the bed and finally burst into tears. At this moment, she finally understood why Yi Li said she would regret it, because now she really did start to feel regret. In the study, Mo Jingli's expression was gloomy and uncertain. Although he mercilessly chased Yi Ying away, Yi Ying's words still left a deep mark in his heart. Yi Ying naturally wouldn't lie about this kind of thing for no reason, but to say that Mo Siyun was the child who had been missing for many years for some reason, Mo Jingli didn't feel the slightest joy of regaining his beloved son. Instead, he felt even more irritated and angry. At the same time, Mo Jingli also began to think about why Mo Jingqi would pass the throne to Mo Siyun. Mo Siyun was the prince with the lowest maternal family background among all the princes of Mo Jingqi. His body and potential were the weakest. Passing the throne to such a prince was simply giving him a chance to wield power. Could it be Mo Jingqi wanted him and his father to kill each other? Chapter 9:18. Thinking of this, Mo Jingli shook his head fiercely. Unconsciously, he had already acknowledged Yi Ying's words in his heart. "Come, bring the Empress Dowager to the Prince Ding mansion for me." The guards outside the door couldn't help but feel cold. The Empress Dowager was naturally the little emperor's birth mother, Li Shi. But even if Li Shi was cowardly and incompetent, she was still the emperor's birth mother and the Empress Dowager. The prince casually let people bring her from the palace to the Prince Ding mansion. It was really a bit. "Go quickly," Mo Jingli angrily rebuked. "Yes, I'll go immediately." The palace was very close to the Prince Ding mansion, and Li Shi was soon brought there. But Li Shi didn't come alone. The Empress Dowager, who was already under house arrest, came with her. Although he was angry that the Empress Dowager once again disobeyed his order and left the palace without permission, Mo Jingli also knew that the Empress Dowager could leave the palace safely under the situation that he sent to guard her. There must be many people in the palace who belonged to the Empress Dowager. But at this time, he was not in the mood to pay attention to the Empress Dowager. He just stared at Li Shi, who was already trembling with fear. "Concubine Xianzhao is here." Before he could say anything, the eunuch's sharp voice came from outside the door. Mo Jingli was stunned. He stood up and greeted the concubine Xianzhao. He looked at the concubine Xianzhao and said, "Why is mother here?" The concubine Xianzhao was angered by Dongfang Yu a few days ago. She was not fully recovered after these days. At this time, she was supported by people and looked a little thin. Seeing the Empress Dowager sitting in the study, she was stunned for a moment and then smiled faintly. "Sister is also here?" The Empress Dowager was naturally dissatisfied that her son was so attentive to the concubine Xianzhao and put her under house arrest. She just looked at the concubine Xianzhao coldly and didn't answer. The concubine Xianzhao was stunned for a moment. She seemed to smile generously and sat down opposite the Empress Dowager. Everyone sat down, but only the Empress Dowager, Li Shi, stood alone in the middle of the study, not knowing what to do. Since Mo Siyun ascended the throne and became the Empress Dowager, Li Shi had been staying in her own palace. Not to mention that everything in the palace was controlled by the Empress Dowager. Even though she knew that her son had been abused by Mo Jingli, she did not dare to say a word for her son. Now that she was suddenly brought to the Li Palace by the guards, Madame Li was at a loss. She did not know how she had offended Prince Li. Jingli stared at Li Shi with a gloomy expression. Li Shi's face turned paler and paler, and her body seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The Empress Dowager frowned and coughed lightly. Li Wang, why did you ask someone to bring Madame Li to the Li Palace? In the end, Madame Li is your imperial brother's widow. It's not a good thing for her to stay in your estate for too long. Jingli snorted and stared at Mrs. Li. I asked you a question, you better answer truthfully. Madame Li nodded her head in fright. Jingli faintly asked, when was the emperor born? Madame Li was stunned. She did not expect that Jingli would ask such a strange question. Jingli coldly said, you better think clearly before returning to I. Madame Li was frightened by his gloomy expression. She could not help but take a step back and said with a trembling voice, replying to Prince, the emperor was born in the 12th year of Emperor Jing, on the 2nd day of the 9th month. Doesn't Prince know about this? A prince's birthday was recorded in the imperial family's genealogy. If Princely wanted to know, he could just ask someone to look through the Jade archive. Jingli snorted. Suyun was born on the 2nd day of the 9th month, while Yi Ying's child was born on the 30th day of the 8th month. The difference was less than 3 days. The Empress Dowager was slightly stunned. She seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Jingli and said, why is Princely asking about the emperor's birthday now? Jingli acted as if he did not hear the Empress Dowager's words. His gaze did not move away from Madame Li at all. He continued to ask, after Suyun was born, did you see him? Madame Li nodded with some fear. My body is not bad. I didn't faint. So, after the emperor was born, the palace maids brought him to me to see. Very good. Jingli nodded with satisfaction. From what I know, the emperor should have been born at full term. Why did the imperial physician tell I that the emperor was born prematurely? Because he was born prematurely. In fact, the imperial physician did not say that Suyun was born prematurely. He only said that Suyun was born prematurely because he was born prematurely. At that time, Madame Li was not favored. If she did not give birth to a little prince, and Jingxi did not pass the throne to him, the people in and out of the palace would have forgotten about this pair of mother and son. Who would care if Suyun was born prematurely? Madame Li's face paled. She did not dare to speak. Jingli's eyes turned cold. He heavily slapped the armrest, and the sturdy rosewood armrest shattered, still not telling the truth. Madame Li said in panic, I don't know. I don't know what to say. The emperor is really my son. Jingli sneered. Is that so? Someone come, drag this woman out and kill her. Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager glared at Jingli in shock and anger. She finally understood what Jingli wanted to do. She angrily said, Madame Li is the emperor's birth mother. How can you kill her just like that? If you kill the Empress Dowager, how will King Li explain it to the court? Jingli sneered and looked at the Empress Dowager. If Suyun is not the son of a late emperor, who will I explain it to? No, Prince is innocent. Madame Li was shocked. Even the stupidest person would know what crime it was to confuse the royal bloodline. Madame Li's legs went soft, and she immediately fell to the ground. Prince is innocent. Qinxie is innocent. She had lived a peaceful life. She had never thought that she would become the emperor's concubine. She also never thought that she would give birth to a prince. She also never thought that she would one day become the Empress Dowager. She never thought that after this series of events that made her panic, there would be something like this waiting for her. Since you don't want to tell the truth, then go die. Jingli's voice was cold and emotionless. No, I don't want to. I really don't know. Madame Li cried out, It's not my fault. Emperor, old consort Xian Zhao, who had been silent all this time, frowned. Looking at Li Shi, who was so scared that she was incoherent, she suddenly said, You just need to make it clear whether the emperor is your son or not. Madame Li was stunned for a moment. She looked at the 3 people in the seat and finally said timidly, I don't know. When the emperor was born, I wrapped him up, When he was 1 month old, the late emperor had someone bring the child to him. After the child was brought back, his health was not good. I thought that the child would get sick easily, so I didn't care. Stupid, the empress dowager angrily said. The child is 1 month old. You still don't know whether the child you brought back is your own child or not. A 1-month-old baby had already grown. How could she tell what he looked like? Madame Li bit her pale lips and did not dare to speak. The virtuous consort's eyes flashed with understanding. She faintly said to Mo Jingli, Emperor, she doesn't know much. Let her go back. After all, she is the Empress Dowager. Chapter 919. Mo Jingli originally still had questions to ask. Even if he finished, he didn't plan on leaving Li Shi alive. But he had always respected the virtuous consort and didn't want to go against her wishes. So he nodded and let people take Li Shi out. Only the Empress Dowager, Mo Jingli, and the virtuous consort were left in the study. The Empress Dowager frowned and said, Mimi, what do you mean? The virtuous consort sighed faintly and said, This matter can't be blamed on Li Shi. She was just a low-ranking consort with a palace-made background. The child was taken away by the late emperor himself. Even if she knew that the child wasn't the original one, how could she dare to say it? If she said it, not only would the child be gone, she would also lose her life. The virtuous consort's words were very calm, but for some reason, the Empress Dowager felt that there was a hidden meaning in her words. A strange expression flashed across her face. Turning her head to look at Mo Jingli, she sneered and said, Since it's like this, Li Wang must know the emperor's identity. What does Li Wang want to do now? Staring at Mo Jingli, the Empress Dowager's heart suddenly felt a strange pleasure. Of course, she knew what Mo Jingli wanted to do. But even though she could barely protect herself now, she had no power to interfere with Mo Jingli's decision. But now, if Mo Jingli became Mo Suyun's son, she wanted to know what decision her son would make. Mo Jingli said indifferently, This matter has nothing to do with the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager, please return to the palace to rest. You. The Empress Dowager couldn't help but be furious. But facing the virtuous consort's indifferent smile, she didn't know why she swallowed her anger. Snorting, she turned and left the study. Lear. In the study, the virtuous consort looked at the ugly expression on Mo Jingli's face and called out softly, This matter is Mu Fei's fault. It's fine. I'll have the Tai treat the emperor. There's still hope. In the end, the emperor is your only son. Mo Jingli was silent for a long time and said, This has nothing to do with Mu Fei. Mu Fei is thinking for Ken. Let a Ken think about it. Xian Zhao, old concubine, nodded and stood up. Then Mu Fei will go back first. Don't think too much. His Majesty will be fine. Mother, take care. Old consort Xian Zhao turned and walked out. When she reached the door, she looked back at Mo Jingli, who was sitting behind the desk with his head down and thinking about something. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips, which still retained her charm. In the small courtyard where Yi Ying was temporarily staying, Yi Ying sat alone in the room in a daze. Her beautiful eyes were red and swollen from her tears, and her pale and haggard face no longer had the graceful bearing of the #1 beauty of the Chu capital. All of a sudden, the door was kicked open from the outside with a bang. Yi Ying raised her head to look at the door in a daze. Mo Jingli stood at the door and stared at the woman inside with a cold aura. However, Yi Ying could not see the expression on his face clearly because of the light. Seeing Mo Jingli, Yi Ying seemed to come back to her senses. She hurriedly jumped down from the bed and threw herself in front of Mo Jingli, crying, Prince Child, my child, I beg you to save Suyun. Seeing Yi Ying's disheveled appearance, Mo Jingli's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust. He grabbed her hand and pulled her into the room and threw her to the ground. He stared at Yi Ying condescendingly and said, Yi Ying, who told you Mo Suyun's identity? Yi Ying bit her lips and refused to speak. Mo Jingli was furious and pulled her up from the ground. Still not speaking, Mo Jingli would never believe that Yi Ying found out by herself. Yi Ying had never seen that child, So how would she know whether Mo Suyun was that child or not? Naturally, it was someone else who told her. This also meant that someone else knew Mo Suyun's true identity, or even this could be a trap. A person with ulterior motives used the news of his son's disappearance to set up a flawless trap. You think, I can't take care of you if you don't speak? Seeing Yi Ying's stubborn appearance, Mo Jingli did not have the slightest bit of pity in his heart. Leaning close to Yi Ying's ear, Mo Jingli whispered, Yi Ying, do you believe that I kill Mo Suyun right now? Bastard. Yi Ying finally could not help but change her expression. She glared fiercely at Mo Jingli and scolded angrily. He's your biological son. At the same time, she reached out to grab Mo Jingli's face. Mo Jingli raised his hand and easily suppressed her. Are you going to speak or not? Yi Ying gritted her teeth and said, Mo Jingli, Suyun is also your son. Mo Jingli stared at her, suddenly laughed, and said faintly, If I want a son, I will naturally have one. Moreover, even if I save Mo Suyun, he will be a sickly person in the future. Mo Jingli said this deliberately to scare Yi Ying, but the moment the words left his mouth, he suddenly had a feeling of realization. That's right, he will have a son in the future. Although none of the women in the residence had spread the news yet, the imperial physician also said that it was because he had been poisoned for too long and needed to be recuperated. However, the poison in his body had truly been cured. As long as he was given time, he will naturally have another child. There was no need to look after such a weak, incompetent, and sickly son and bring trouble upon himself. In addition, Mo Jingli really did not treat Mo Suyun well these few years. So, ever since he confirmed in his heart that Mo Suyun was his missing son, Mo Jingli could not help but feel a trace of guilt and discomfort in his heart. But more than that, it was a kind of anger for being played by Mo Jingqi before his death. So in his heart, he was not very willing to see his son who had been recovered, and Mo Suyun's identity was really not easy to deal with. It was troublesome whether he acknowledged it or not. Of course, Mo Jingli was even more unwilling to let Mo Suyun continue to stay on the throne. Although with Mo Suyun, he could be considered as a retired emperor. But how could the title of retired emperor be better than emperor? Yi Ying looked at Mo Jingli in shock. She originally thought that Mo Jingli was just unwilling to believe her words. She did not expect Mo Jingli to say such heartless words. But she quickly understood. She only had Mo Suyun as a son, but Mo Jingli could have more sons from other people. Now, Mo Suyun's existence was simply blocking Mo Jingli's path. Speak or not? Mo Jingli asked leisurely. I'll speak. Yi Ying closed her eyes in despair and said painfully. Sparkling tears fell from the corners of her eyes, but it did not arouse the slightest pity from the man in front of her. Yi Li said in a trembling voice, It was the people from the Prince Ding mansion who told me. What did you say? Mo Jingli said sternly. Now that the Dechu state had formed an alliance with the Shieling northern tribes, it could be considered as officially opposing the Prince Ding mansion. So Mo Jingli was even more sensitive to the news of the Prince Ding mansion. Once he heard Yi Ying say that the Prince Ding mansion was involved in this matter, how could he not be angry? Since she had already said it, Yi Ying no longer had any scruples. She gritted her teeth and said, I said that the Prince Ding mansion told me Suyun's identity. Bitch! Mo Jingli slapped Yi Ying's face hard. You actually dared to collude with the Prince Ding mansion behind Ai's back. How dare you? Yi Ying said with tears in her eyes, I just want to find my son. What's wrong with that? As long as the Prince Ding mansion can help me find my son, why can't I help them? Mo Jingli leaned over and pulled Yi Ying up. Tell me, what news did you tell the Prince Ding mansion? Who do you usually contact? How do you pass the news? Chapter 920. Yi Ying was not someone who could handle it. Mo Jingli only needed to spend a little effort to get Yi Ying to summon a maidservant who usually served by her side, as well as a few guards and a housekeeper. They were all people from Prince Ding's residence. It was a pity that by the time Mo Jingli sent people to capture these people, they had already escaped without a trace. In Yi Ying's room, Mo Jingli sat in a chair and stared at Ying, who was sitting on the ground with injuries all over her body. Ying endured the pain and said, "I have told you everything I should tell you. Su Yun," Mo Jingli said indifferently. "Su Yun is the late emperor's prince, not your son." Ying was stunned and stared at Mo Jingli in disbelief. Mo Jingli frowned and said, "The Prince Ding Mansion lied to you." When he said this, Mo Jingli had already decided to abandon the son, not only because of the throne, but also because of the knot in his heart towards Su Yun. It was also because this news came from the Prince Ding Mansion. Mo Jingli could not help but suspect that this news itself was a conspiracy, and that his missing child had already been killed by Mo Jingqi. Since he had not been found for so many years, why not pretend that he never had this son? No. Ying shook her head fiercely. "No, the Prince Ding Mansion would not lie to me about this. I know, Su Yun and my child are only 3 days apart. How could it be so coincidental? I know, you just brought Madame Li out of the palace to ask. She must know. I will ask her." As she said this, she stood up and walked out. "Stop," Mo Jingli said coldly. "The Empress Dowager is not feeling well and has already returned to the palace to rest. You also stay in the mansion for the time being. Now that I have no time to deal with you, you better know your place." "No, Jingli." Ying was stunned and shook her head in horror. Suddenly, she ran to Mo Jingli and knelt down. She hugged his leg and cried, "Jingli, you know that Su Yun is our child. I beg you, let him go. He's your child and your only child now." Looking at Yi Ying's tearful appearance, Mo Jingli's expression softened a little. He raised his hand to touch Yi Ying's hair and said in a low voice, "He's congenitally deficient and didn't take good care of himself. He didn't have long to live anyway. Be good, and we'll have other children in the future." "No, no way." Ying shook her head. Suddenly, Mo Jingli felt a sharp pain in his scalp. He pulled Yi Ying's hair and made her look at him. He said calmly, "Yes, as long as you're obedient. When I ascend the throne, I will make you my empress." Yi Ying's eyeballs moved as she muttered softly, "Make me empress?" Mo Jingli nodded and said, "Yes, as long as you're obedient. I don't care about your previous contact with the Prince Ding Mansion, but you have to help I do one thing. Do you know any other spies from the Prince Ding Mansion in Nanjing City?" "It's definitely not just in the Prince Ding Mansion. I really don't know." Ying lowered her eyes. Mo Jingli said softly, "Think about it again. I know that I didn't treat you well before, but you see, you're the only one in the mansion now. In the end, you're still the only princess consort of Princely Mansion, right? How did those people send the news out? I remember that those people can't go out of the city at will. They naturally have other people to contact them, right?" Half an hour later, Mo Jingli walked out of Yi Ying's room with satisfaction. The guards who were originally guarding outside Yi Ying's courtyard also withdrew. In the room, Yi Ying sat on the ground in a daze. After a long time, a bleak smile appeared on her lips. "Mo Jingli, you're so cruel. In that case, don't blame me." Long before Mo Jingli came to find her, the shadow guards who were originally following Yi Ying and in the Prince Ding Mansion and the Princely Mansion had already withdrawn. Before leaving, they left a few words for Yi Li, 70% true and 30% false. If you want to save Mo Su Yun, you'd better know what to say and what not to say. This time, Ying did a good job. Mo Jingli only knew a few unimportant spies in Nanjing City, and most of them had probably withdrawn by now. But Ying did not reveal any of the really important things. She did not know if Yi Li could save her son. Mo Jingli was right. That child would not live long at all. And this was all because of her as a mother. Because she also coveted the vanity of the high and mighty empress. She knew that the virtuous consort dowager poisoned the child. Not only did she not stop it, she did not even tell anyone in the Prince Ding Mansion. It was she who harmed him. Yi Li said that she would regret it. She had never regretted it like now. Now, she only hoped that someone could avenge her son. Mo Jingli said that there would be other children. No, she would never have another child. Even if there was, it would never be this one. Chapter 921. Ying seemed to have accepted her fate. She no longer cried for Mo Jingli to let Mo Suyin go. Mo Jingli did not care about her anymore. Mo Jingli actually looked down on Ying. 10 years ago, Mo Jingli's love for Ying was so strong that he did not hesitate to break off the marriage arranged by the late emperor. He was hated by the Su family. Although there were some political reasons, it could not be ignored that Mo Jingli really liked Ying at that time. But 10 years later, the coldness, contempt, and disgust were worlds apart. Especially when there was Yi Li as a comparison, Mo Jingli felt that he had more reasons to despise Ying. Cowardly, incompetent, selfish, stupid. Many times, Mo Jingli even suspected that he must have been possessed and thought that Yi Li was more suitable to be the princess consort than Ying. Even if she was still known as the daughter of the third family, Mo Jingli felt that Yi Li at that time would not be more stupid than Ying now. So Mo Jingli did not think that Ying could do anything earth-shattering, so he was not in a hurry to punish Ying. He even slightly relaxed the restrictions on her because she was sensible. After all, a princess consort had just gone missing in the Prince Li's mansion. It would not look good if something happened to the remaining one. But he forgot that sometimes he would have to pay a heavy price for looking down on women. So, after removing a few of the Prince Ding mansion's spies in Jiangnan, Mo Jingli, who was full of himself, naturally forgot that Mo Siyun might be his son. He continued to prepare for the most glorious life that was about to come. Although Ying got her freedom, she was restricted from leaving the mansion, and the people who served her were replaced by Mo Jingli's people. Ying seemed to have given up her previous madness and persistence. She only begged Mo Jingli to allow her to visit Mo Siyun occasionally. Mo Jingli was not without any guilt towards his son. In the end, he agreed to Yi Ying's request. On this day, Yi Ying went to Mo Siyun's temporary residence with the soup that she had personally cooked, just like the previous 2 days. It just so happened that the imperial physician was taking Mo Siyun's pulse. Xian Zhao Grand Concubine's health had improved a lot in the past 2 days, and she often came to take care of Mo Siyun personally. Ying stopped in her tracks when she heard consort Xian Zhao's voice before she entered the room. Inside, concubine Xian Zhao asked, "Imperial physician, how is the emperor's health?" The imperial physician pondered for a moment before replying. Reporting to Grand Imperial Concubine, this humble official is also a bit puzzled. The emperor's health seems to be improving. Hearing this, Yi Ying's heart skipped a beat. Her slender fingers involuntarily gripped the food box in her hand tightly. After a moment of silence, old concubine Xian Zhao asked, "Is it because of the princess? It shouldn't be. This official has checked the soup sent by the princess consort, but it's all ordinary soup. Not to mention curing the emperor's illness. Even the nourishing effect is limited." The imperial physician denied concubine Xian Zhao's guess. Concubine Xian Zhao hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "Then, in your opinion, the emperor's current health?" The imperial physician whispered, replying to Grand Imperial Concubine, "Although the emperor's health has improved slightly, it is extremely difficult for him to recover. If he is careful in everything and carefully nurtures himself, he may be able to live for a few more years. Otherwise, but in this short period of time, the imperial physician was in a difficult position. He was the confidant of Prince Li and concubine Xian Zhao, so he naturally understood what they meant. However, with the emperor's current health, although he could not live for long, it would not be a problem for him to drag on for a year or so, unless they gave him a strong medicine. Thinking of this, the imperial physician could not help but tremble and did not dare to continue thinking. There were some things that the master could think about, but the people working under him could not think too much about it. Concubine Xian Zhao was silent for a moment before sighing, "Forget it. I will discuss it with Prince Li again." Outside the door, Ying tightly held the food box in her hand. Her half-closed eyes seemed to be dipped in poison. That old woman. Since the day she entered the door, she had been torturing her. Now, she was actually discussing these things with others in front of her son. Even if Su Yun might not understand. Even if, gritting her teeth, Ying restrained the hatred on her face and stepped into the room. Concubine Xian Zhao frowned and said, "When did you come?" Ying blinked her eyes and said doubtfully, "This daughter-in-law came to see the emperor." "What's the matter, Grand Imperial Concubine?" Concubine Xian Zhao stared at Ying suspiciously. Since Ying was certain of Mo Siyun's identity, she would definitely not be indifferent to him. After looking for a long time, she only saw Yi Ying's calm and respectful expression. She said, "It's nothing. Since you are here, accompany the emperor. I'm a little tired, so I'll go back to rest first." Yi Ying respectfully said, "Send off Grand Imperial Concubine." After sending off Concubine Xian Zhao, the imperial physician also packed up his things and left. Yi Ying sat by the bed and looked at the child who was lying on the bed with a blank expression. She felt her nose sour and tears almost flowed out. "Sue, Emperor, I brought your favorite chicken soup. Come and drink some, okay?" Yi Ying said softly. Emosian looked at Yi Ying's eyes and suddenly said, "You are Princess Consortly." Yi Ying was delighted. 2 days ago, Mo Suyun was so sick that he could not even recognize people. He was just in a daze. She did not expect that he would recognize her today. It seemed that the imperial physician was right. He had indeed improved a lot. Yi Ying carefully picked him up and sat against the pillow. While delivering the chicken soup to his mouth, she asked softly, "Does the emperor want anything? I will find someone to buy it for the emperor." Mo Suyun blinked his eyes and hesitated for a moment before whispering, "Jean wants brother by Yi and beautiful sister." Yi Ying was stunned. Mo Siyun had not recovered from his serious illness. If she was not sitting close to him, she would not have heard what he said. Mo Siyun thought that she did not know. He raised his hand and pointed at his arm that had not yet scabbed. "Brother." Then he took out a small brown pill from an inconspicuous small bag beside him. "Sister." Yi Ying's heart trembled slightly. She looked around vigilantly. Although there were palace maids and eunuchs in the room, they were all standing outside. She could not see anything through the screen and curtains. Yi Ying naturally did not know that the sister Mo Suyun was talking about was Yun Ge. She only thought that it was Yi Li who had changed back into women's clothing. She whispered, "Sister gave it to you?" Mo Suyun slowly nodded. "Brother said that I cannot tell others. Princess can." The brother he was talking about was Qin Feng. Yi Ying carefully hid the small bag for him. She lovingly looked at Mo Siyun's confused expression and softly said, "Don't worry. If you like it, I will definitely find it for you." "What is the emperor like? What does he want you to find?" Mo Jingli's voice came from the door. Yi Ying was shocked. She quickly stood up and forced a smile. "The emperor said that he wants to eat honey sauce chicken. Inger heard that there is a restaurant in the east of the city that makes honey sauce chicken. That's why I asked someone to buy it for the emperor." Mo Jingli did not comment. He glanced at the two and said, "Is that so?" Chapter 922. Yi Ying carefully clenched her fingers in her sleeves. She was worried that Mo Suyun would spill the beans. However, she saw Mo Suyun looking at Mo Jingli in fear. His small body shrank inwards, but he did not speak. Mo Jingli had long been used to this kind of situation. These 2 years, Mo Suyun had always been like this when he saw him. However, his identity was different now. In the past, he only felt pleasure and disgust when he saw him. Now, there was a complicated and indescribable feeling and a faint anger. Such a cowardly child. How could he be Mo Jingli's child? Mo Jingli faintly moved his eyes away and said, "Since the emperor likes to eat it, I will send someone to invite the chef of your restaurant to the Fu to specially cook it for the emperor." Yi Ying nodded and said softly, "Prince, you can make the decision." Mo Jingli nodded with satisfaction. He glanced at the half-drunk chicken soup and said, "Let the emperor rest well. I will send you back to your room." "Yes." Yi Ying looked at Mo Siyun, who seemed to be in a daze, with some reluctance. Then she followed Mo Jingli and walked out. Just as they left Mo Siyun's courtyard, someone hurried over and said, "Reporting to Prince, just now, Mistress Yang of the side courtyard sent news that she is 1.5 months pregnant." "What?" Mo Jingli froze and was immediately overjoyed. He did not have time to accompany Ying back. He laughed loudly and said, "Great reward. Pass down I's decree. Promote Zhao as a side consort." "Yes, Prince. Congratulations, Prince." The person who reported the news also had a happy face. After all, this was the only child of the Li Palace. Prince was in a good mood. Naturally, he would not miss out on the previous time. Mo Jingli waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I will go and see for myself." After that, he seemed to have forgotten Ying, who was beside him, and strode towards the side courtyard. At the door, Ying looked back at the courtyard door. She lowered her eyes and silently walked towards her own courtyard. In an inconspicuous courtyard in Nanjing, Su Qingshun and Yili sat in the courtyard and played chess. Yingge sat by the side and curiously watched the two of them fight back and forth. Her eyes were filled with worship and admiration when she looked at Yili. Yili helplessly looked at the little girl and shook her head with a smile. Yingge did not know how to play chess. She only saw that she was forcing Su Qingshun to retreat step by step. She did not know that she would most likely lose to Su Qingshun in the end. Against Su Qingshun, it didn't matter what kind of plan he used, it was useless. Therefore, it was better to fight quickly. Young Master Qingshun, princess consort, Qin Feng, who was wearing an inconspicuous cotton robe, appeared in the courtyard and bowed. Su Qingshun stopped the chess piece in his hand. Looking at Qin Feng's attire, he couldn't help but laugh. "Governor Qin, you truly look like whatever you are dressed up as. If I met you on the street, I might not be able to recognize you." Su Qingshun's words were indeed true. Don't look at Qin Feng's usual aura that made people not dare to be presumptuous. But at this time, wearing this cloth, the aura around his body was restrained. Even his originally handsome face looked much more ordinary. His whole person blended into the crowd and probably would not attract anyone's attention. Such a person was not only suitable to be a shadow guard, but also suitable to be a spy and an assassin. Qin Feng smiled faintly and said, "Young master, you flatter me." Yili raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "To be able to force you to dress up like this, it seems that Mo Jingli is really angry." Qin Feng said, "These days, although there is nothing on the surface in Nanjing, the secret investigation is still very tight. After Mo Jingli overturned a few strongholds, the people he caught were all people who did not know anything. He is probably unwilling." Yili nodded with satisfaction and said, "It seems that Ying is not completely stupid and did not give up Yaoji. In fact, telling Ying about Mo Jingli's identity was a bit dangerous, but if she really used Mo Suyun to kill Ying and Mo Jingli, Yili would not be able to get over the hurdle in her heart. After all, she was also the mother of 3 children. As long as she thought of the cute and naughty Mo Xiaobao in Glass City and the pair of twins who were left at home before they were 1 year old, Yili could not help but soften. Although she did not believe in ghosts and gods, she still hoped to be able to feel at ease. In the words of her grandfather, it was not about retribution of ghosts and gods. Scholars had always believed in ghosts and gods, but if the method was too vicious, it would be harmful. Fortunately, Ying did not let her down. If Ying gave up Yaoji, the Prince Ding Mansion's information channel in Nanjing would be destroyed. At that time, even she would not be able to do anything. The Prince Ding Mansion could not send people to barge into the Li Palace, right? Is there any movement in the Li Palace? Yili asked. Qin Feng said, Mo Jingli and concubine Xian Zhao already know that Mo Siyun will not die in a short period of time. They are hesitating whether to use a ruthless drug. At this point, Qin Feng could not help but frown. His contempt for Mo Jingli was obvious. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs, not to mention a child who did not know anything. If Mo Jingli really did this, he was not even human. Yili frowned slightly, looked at Su Qingshun and asked, Big brother, what kind of decision do you think Mo Jingli will make? Su Qingshun sighed softly, slowly put down a piece and said, Is there someone in the Li Palace who is pregnant? Qin Feng was stunned. How did Gongzi know? Li Palace's concubine Zhao just spread the news that she is pregnant for 1.5 months. Su Qing-chun did not answer Yi Li's question, only saying, Li if you want to save Mo Siyun, do it as soon as possible. Big brother's meaning is? Yi Li was stunned. Although she did not think that Mo Jingli would give up the throne for his son, she did not think that Mo Jingli would kill Mo Siyun after knowing the truth. After all, although it was troublesome, it was not impossible to solve it, right? Su Qing-chun said indifferently. If it was just Mo Jingli alone, he might not kill Mo Siyun. But I am afraid there is someone else who wants to kill Mo Siyun. Coincidentally, at this time, there is news of a child. To Mo Siyun, it is definitely not a good thing. Yi Li sighed faintly and said, Forget it. I will personally make a trip to the Li Palace tonight. Qin Feng was a little worried and said, Princess, if there's anything you want us to do, we will do it. Why does Princess have to personally take the risk? Yi Li shook her head and said, Ying will not believe you. I will be more assured if I go. In the dead of night, Ying was still unable to sleep. She was restlessly pacing back and forth in the room like a trapped beast. Only now did she understand how powerless she was after losing the secret help of the Prince Ding mansion. Under Mo Jingli's order, she could not even mobilize anyone in the Prince mansion, not to mention passing any news out. Although she was not very smart, she understood a lot of things these days. Mo Jingli's concubine was pregnant, so her son had no way to live. But now, she couldn't even kill Zhao Shi if she wanted to. No, she did not want to kill anyone now. She only hoped that her son could live on peacefully. Chapter 923. Fourth Sister. Yi Li's voice came faintly in the quiet night. Ying was startled. She suddenly turned around and saw Yi Li standing not far behind her, dressed in black. Beside Yi Li were Qin Feng and Wei Lin, as well as a little girl she had never seen before. Yungu curiously poked her head out to look at Ying, then turned back to look at Yi Li. Originally, Yi Li did not plan to bring Yungu along tonight, but Yungu insisted on seeing that sickly little brother, so Yi Li had no choice but to bring her along. In any case, Yin Ji's martial arts were quite good. At least it was not a problem for her to protect herself. Yungu blinked, somewhat puzzled. Why did Sister Li's sister not look like her at all? Third sister. Ying had never been so excited to see Yi Li. Almost immediately, she threw herself in front of Yi Li. Her legs went soft, and she knelt down. Third sister, I beg you to save Suyun. I beg you. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Yi Li sighed faintly, reached out, and pulled her up. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Yi Ying was inexplicably ashamed. It was all because of her narrow-mindedness and suspicion. She was afraid that Yi Li would play tricks on her, so she insisted that Yi Li tell her the child's whereabouts first. Now that she had fallen to this point, she still needed Yi Li to save her. And know she was wrong. Third sister, I beg you to save Suyun. No matter what third sister says in the future, Ying will never suspect third sister again. I beg you, for father's sake, save Suyun. All right. Yi Li interrupted her incoherent words, nodded and said, I'm going to take Mo Siyun away from here. Do you want to leave together? Yi Ying was silent. Yi Li did not care what she was thinking. She had some sympathy for Mo Siyun, but not for Yi Ying. She only said indifferently, think carefully. Once a Siyun goes missing in the Li Palace, it doesn't matter if it has anything to do with you. Mo Jingli won't let you off. After a long silence, Yi Ying finally shook her head and said, No, I won't leave. Third sister, I know. I have wronged you in the past. I only asked you for one thing. Help me send Su Yun to my parents and ask them to take care of Su Yun for the sake of this unfilial daughter. I know. His body has already been completely destroyed by Mo Jingli and that vicious old concubine Xian Zhao. Let him live as long as he can. I only hope that he can suffer less and live a few years of peace and safety. At least I didn't waste my time in this world. What are you trying to do? Yi Li frowned. Yi Ying smiled faintly and said, Third sister, are you concerned about me? Don't worry. I won't act recklessly. Yi Li was silent for a moment. Then, she nodded and said, As you wish. Yi Ying took a deep breath and said, Let's go. Let me take one last look at him. You guys take him away. Yi Ying left her courtyard. Yi Li and the others were still hiding in the dark. Now, after so many years, there was finally a happy occasion in the Li Palace. The entire residence was filled with laughter. It was obvious that Mo Jingli was holding a banquet. However, it made Yi Ying's quiet courtyard seem especially deserted. Yi Ying walked into Mo Su Yun's courtyard. However, when she entered the room was empty. Yi Ying was anxious. She quickly called out, "Someone come." Soon, someone came in. When they saw Yi Ying, they were stunned. "Princess, where's His Majesty?" Yi Ying said angrily. His Majesty was invited by the prince to attend a banquet. "Nonsense," Yi Ying said. "His Majesty is seriously ill. How could he attend a banquet?" The servant was shocked when she saw Yi Ying's red eyes. She quickly said, "It's true. His Majesty was carried there." Yi Ying was anxious. She was too lazy to pay attention to the servant. She rushed out of the courtyard and went to the main hall where Mo Jingli was holding the banquet. At this time, the main hall was filled with singing and dancing. Mo Jingli sat on the main seat and drank to his heart's content. Beside him was naturally the newly pregnant concubine Zhao. On his right sat concubine Xian Zhao. On his left, Mo Su Yun sat alone in chair. He did not watch the singing and dancing below, nor did he eat the food on the table. It was as if he did not know anything about the outside world. Those sitting below were naturally Mo Jingli's confidants. Mu Yang and Yaoji were also sitting in the hall. A few days ago, Mu Yang spoke up for Chu Junwei. When Chu Junwei disappeared, Mu Yang was severely scolded by Mo Jingli. Therefore, he was a bit low-key today. However, looking at Li Wang's expression, Mu Yang knew that Li Wang would soon get what he wanted. When the time came, Marquis Mu Yang's residence, who had the merit of supporting the emperor, would naturally not be hated by Li Wang for such a small matter. Yaoji glanced at the dazed Mo Su Yun in the hall. A trace of hidden worry flashed through her eyes. Congratulations to Prince for having a son. Everyone in the hall raised their cups and congratulated him. Mo Jingli nodded in satisfaction and said, "Thanks to everyone's auspicious words. Let's all drink a cup." Concubine Zhao, who was sitting beside Mo Jingli, suddenly smiled and said, "The emperor hasn't eaten anything all night. Although the emperor is young and does not know how to drink, there is no harm in drinking some fruit juice. How about inviting the emperor to drink a cup with everyone?" Concubine Xian Zhao glanced at Concubine Zhao and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Concubine Zhao is right. There's so many of us chatting and laughing, but we have neglected the emperor. Why aren't you pouring fruit juice for the emperor? What is wrong with you servants?" The Taijian standing behind Mo Su Yun shouted that they did not dare. He went forward and picked up the wine pot in front of Mo Su Yun and poured a cup for Mo Su Yun. A gentle smile appeared on Concubine Zhao's beautiful lips. She looked at Mo Su Yun with a smile and said, "Qinxie is pregnant with Prince's child. Isn't the emperor happy for Qinxie and Prince?" Mo Su Yun's eyes moved, but he did not speak. He only looked at Mo Jingli, who was sitting beside Concubine Zhao. His eyes were still filled with fear. Mo Jingli said faintly, "Since Concubine Zhao has said so, Emperor, you should also drink a cup to congratulate Concubine Zhao." Everyone in the hall agreed. Yaoji sat beside Mu Yang with a perfect smile on her lips. She was even more beautiful than the young and gentle Concubine Zhao in the hall. She just looked coldly at the absurd scene in front of her and smiled coldly in her heart. When she looked at the man beside her, her heart was filled with deep disappointment and indifference. Even a woman like Yaoji could guess that the so-called fruit juice was not as simple as just fruit juice. How could Miang not know? What's more, Mo Su Yun was the emperor in the end. The officials in this hall forced the emperor of a country to toast for a concubine who did not have an official concubine Zhao. Marquis Mu Yang Fu had military generals for generations. But the current Mu Yang was even more adept at flattering and monopolizing power than the civil officials. Mu Yang couldn't do the same for the matter of remonstrating with force. Many years ago, he was no longer the carefree and unyielding young man she knew back then. Seeing that Mo Su Yun did not move, Mo Jingli's face darkened. He said, "Serve the emperor to drink." The Taiji at the side could only personally pick up the wine cup and bring it to Mo Su-yun's lips. "Mo Jingli, you dare!" Outside the hall, a sharp voice suddenly sounded. In an instant, even the original sound of the music stopped. Yi Ying's voice reverberated in the hall, appearing particularly loud. Chapter 924. Everyone looked back and saw Yi Ying walking in quickly with a frosty expression. She was still panting when she walked into the hall. It was obvious that she had run all the way here. Yi Ying rushed in and immediately rushed to the front of the hall. She knocked over the wine cup in front of Mo Su-yun. The strong aroma of the wine immediately filled the air. Yi Ying's expression was mournful. "Mo Jingli, you are so vicious." Mo Jingli was taken aback by this sudden change. When he reacted, he frowned and said unhappily, "What nonsense are you making now? Why aren't you getting down yet?" "I'm doing it." Mo Jingli. Yi Ying was so angry that her face turned green. She wanted to expose Mo Jingli's trick, but was pulled back by Zhao Sufei, who suddenly came forward. Concubine Zhao said with a gentle smile, "Sister Wangfei, what are you doing?" The emperor refused to eat or drink anything for the entire night. Sister was afraid that he would be hungry and thirsty, so I asked him to drink a cup of fruit juice to moisten his throat. Yi Ying stared at her and said, "Oh, you wanted him to drink it?" Zhao Sufei was a little uncomfortable under her piercing gaze. Her smile was a little stiff, yes. Yi Ying sneered and said, "If that's the case, then you should drink some too." The smile on Zhao Sufei's face froze. She quickly took a step back and said with a smile, "Thank you, Sister Wang Fei, for your kindness. This concubine doesn't like to drink fruit juice." What a joke. How could she drink something like that now? Her body was precious now. Yi Ying said proudly, "I didn't ask if you liked to drink it. I gave it to you. It can't be that after drinking a cup of fruit juice, the thing in your stomach will disappear, right?" "Yi Ying, you're impudent." Mo Jingli was furious. He was over 30 years old, but he didn't have any children. He naturally had high expectations for Zhao Sufei's child. How could he tolerate Yi Ying's nonsense? Yi Ying squeezed out a sad smile and said, "Her child can't be said." "What about my child? Isn't Su-yun your son? For the throne? You want to kill your own son?" Mo Jingli, you're not human. You're crazy. Mo Jingli gritted his teeth. "Men, drag this woman away for I. How dare you? Mo Jingli, if you dare to harm my son, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." Yi Ying cried out hoarsely. However, she was destined to be disappointed. The people sitting below her were all Mo Jingli's most trusted aides. They all hoped that Mo Jingli would be promoted to the top so that they could be credited with helping him succeed. Not to mention that Mo Su-yun was Mo Jingli's son. Even if Mo Su-yun was Mo Jingli's father, they wouldn't even bat an eye. Although they were all stunned by the sudden news, everyone was still thinking about how to deal with the aftermath of this matter. How could they let King Li not care about them, knowing such a secret, instead of upholding justice for the mother and son? "Take her away," Mo Jingli said in a deep voice. No one knew what she was thinking, but Yi Ying, who was being held by the guards, suddenly stopped struggling. She stared at Mo Jingli and said, "Prince, I still have something to tell you." Mo Jingli stared at her indifferently. Obviously, he didn't intend to listen to what she had to say. Yi Ying looked at him with a smile and said, "It's related to the Prince Ding mansion." "Prince, you don't want to hear it?" Mo Jingli narrowed his eyes and stared at Yi Ying. He wasn't sure how long Yi Ying had been hooking up with the Prince Ding mansion. At the same time, he wasn't sure if Yi Ying really knew some secrets about the Prince Ding mansion. After a long while, Mo Jingli said, "Let her come over." The guards let go of Yi Ying. Yi Ying didn't hurry to walk towards Mo Jingli. Instead, she turned and walked in front of Mo Su-yun. She reached out and carefully touched his thin little face, softly saying, "Su-yun, I'm sorry. Mother is sorry. In the future, you have to obediently listen to Big Brother and Big Sister, okay?" Mo Su-yun blinked his eyes in confusion. He didn't understand why this princess consort Li, who treated him so well, would say that she was his mother. Mother was clearly in the palace. Although Mother always ignored him, he couldn't have suddenly changed into another mother. Furthermore, seeing Mo Jingli's gloomy expression, Mo Siyun couldn't help but shrink back. Seeing her son's frightened appearance, Yi Ying bitterly shook her head. She turned and slowly walked in front of Mo Jingli. Looking at the man in front of her who was still handsome and full of the charm of a mature man, Yi Ying asked in a sad voice, "You don't tell me you're not soft-hearted at all?" Mo Jingli coldly frowned and said, "I don't want to listen to your nonsense. What do you want to say?" Yi Ying smiled helplessly. She leaned closer to Mo Jingli and whispered, "What I want to tell you is my third sister has already arrived in Nanjing." Yi Ying rarely sincerely called Yi Li third sister. In front of Mo Jingli, most of the time, she directly called her by her name. Therefore, this third sister caused Mo Jingli's brain to pause for a moment before he reacted. "What did you say?" Yi Ying's smile was exceptionally joyful. Even her pale and thin face seemed to have added some radiance in an instant. She looked at Mo Jingli and giggled. "I said my third sister, Princess Ding, is currently in the Li Palace. Don't you know? Prince, be careful." In the instant that Mo Jingli was shocked, a frightened cry rang out beside him. Mo Jingli only felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Reflexively, he slapped Yi Ying away. Although Mo Jingli was suddenly seriously injured and the force he used was not enough to take his life, Yi Ying could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Coincidentally, she fell at the feet of Vice Consort Zhao. Yi Ying did not seem to care about her injury at all. It was as if she could not feel the pain. She hugged Vice Consort Zhao's legs, and the two of them rolled down the hall in a heap. Their bodies rolled down the steps of the hall. After rolling down the hall, blood flowed faster from Yi Ying's lips. Vice Consort Zhao screamed, and the floor below her was immediately dyed red. "Slut!" Mo Jingli was both shocked and angry. He covered the bleeding wound on his abdomen with one hand and sat back in the chair. He glared at Yi Ying with eyes full of undisguised murderous intent. "Lier, quick! Call the Grand Physician." Virtuous Consort Zhao quickly went forward to support Mo Jingli. She shouted harshly, "Hurry and help Vice Consort Zhao up. The child, the child." Everyone's gaze landed on Vice Consort Zhao, who was lying on the ground and crying. It was obvious that the child, who was only 1.5 months old, could not be saved. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Who would have thought that Li Wangfei, who had always been quiet, would suddenly do such a shocking thing? In the blink of an eye, she had injured Li Wang and Vice Consort Zhao. She had even killed the child in Vice Consort Zhao's stomach. Mo Jingli sat in the chair, enduring the pain as he stared at Yi Ying below. Seeing the provocative smile on Yi Ying's face, the anger in his heart grew. He had never taken Yi Ying seriously. He always felt that compared to Yi Li, Yi Ying was not as stupid. She was selfish and cowardly. This kind of person naturally could not achieve great things. But he did not expect that someone like Yi Ying would injure him the most. In this life, Mo Jingli had never suffered such a great loss. And all of this was because of Yi Ying. Chapter 925. Perhaps it was because of the pain coming from his abdomen that Mo Jingli was irritated, or perhaps it was because of the sudden loss of the child that had just arrived. Mo Jingli stared at Yi Ying fiercely, a cruel light shooting out from his eyes. "Yi Ying, I want you to suffer a fate worse than death. You want to save Mo Siyun?" Mo Jingli stood up, ignoring the wounds on his body. He suddenly walked over quickly and grabbed Mo Siyun. Mo Siyun was already stunned by the situation in front of him. Suddenly being grabbed by the person he was most afraid of, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Yi Ying's face changed. "Mo Jingli, you're not human." Mo Jingli grinned. "I will let you see what's called not human." After saying that, he threw Mo Siyun down from the main hall in front of everyone. Yang Sufei immediately miscarried when she rolled down the stairs. Not to mention that a weak child like Mo Siyun was thrown into the air by Mo Jingli and then smashed down. If he really fell to the ground, this child would really lose his life. A black silhouette swept in from outside the hall and just happened to catch Imo Suyun in his hand. Imo Suyun was originally crying loudly, but after being thrown by Imo Jingli, his crying was suddenly stuck in his throat, and his little face began to turn green. Suddenly, a person broke into the main hall, causing everyone to be stunned. Looking closely, it was a very unfamiliar little girl. Although she was wearing black night clothes, the little girl's delicate face was full of anger. A pair of bright and beautiful eyes stared at Imo Jingli as if they were going to spit fire at any time. Xiaoyan, be good. Don't be afraid. Eat the candy. Yungu carefully put Imo Suyun on the ground, took out the prepared pills from his sleeve, and stuffed them into Imo Suyun's mouth. He then hurriedly checked her pulse, and after confirming that there was no major problem for a while, he was relieved. He stood up and stared at Imo Jingli. Why are you so vicious? Xiaoyan is still so young. Do you know that you almost killed him? Just as Imo Jingli flung Imo Suyun out, he pulled on the injury on his abdomen and sat back down. He looked at Yin Gu, who was standing in the middle of the hall, and said coldly, "Who are you? Who are your accomplices? How dare you barge into the Princeton mansion at night?" This girl had barged in from the main entrance, but none of the guards came in to report. If it wasn't for the fact that this lass's martial arts skills were so high that she was able to avoid the attention of all the Imperial bodyguards, then there must be someone outside who had taken care of the Imperial bodyguards for her. Yingo blinked and said unhappily, "I don't even know you. Father said that I can't casually tell others my name." Everyone couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Li Wang's question was obviously very normal, but when this little girl said it, it immediately made people feel that Li Wang was like a playboy who took liberties with a woman from a good family. "Miss, does princely mean why are you here?" Yaoji coughed lightly and said with a smile. Yingu was suddenly enlightened. She looked at Yaoji smilingly and said, "Sister, you are so beautiful. I came with Sister Li." Sister Li? Everyone present was shocked. Although Ying had previously said that Yi Li was already here. But the sudden change that happened afterwards made everyone think that Yi Ying was deliberately mystifying in order to assassinate Imo Jingli. But they didn't expect that Yi Li had actually come to Jiangnan and had even quietly entered the Li Palace. This also made the hearts of Imo Jingli's trusted subordinates turn cold. The people from Prince Ding's manor could easily enter Prince Li's manor under the situation where the entire city was under martial law. Therefore, it was naturally as easy as turning one's hand to take their lives. "Yili, come out right now." Imo Jingli roared sternly. Outside the door, Yili sighed with some regret. She walked in with Qin Feng and the others. Seeing Yili dressed in black with a calm expression, Imo Jingli was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. Yili calmly interrupted his anger. "Prince Li, you should treat your injuries first. Your concubine is still waiting for a doctor." Concubine Zhao had already been helped to a chair at the side to sit down. Even if the doctor hadn't arrived yet, she knew that this child couldn't be saved. She hated Yi Ying even more. "Prince, you have to make a decision for Qin Xie and the child." Yili glanced at her. Heaven's evil can be forgiven, but self-inflicted evil cannot be forgiven. Although they didn't come in, they heard clearly from outside. If it wasn't for concubine Zhao getting carried away and instigating Imo Jingli to attack Imo Sin, she wouldn't have ended up being pulled down from the hall by Yi Ying and miscarried. "You, even if you're a Princess Ding, this is the Li Palace's matter. Princess Ding, don't you think that you are meddling too much?" Concubine Zhao glared at Yi Li with resentment. Ever since she entered the Li Palace, there wasn't a day that she didn't tremble in fear. First, she served concubine Xian Zhao. Then she was constantly troubled by Princess Xixia. Later, there was Dong Fengyu, who was even more difficult to deal with. So she could only live carefully with her tail between her legs. Now that she finally made a name for herself, she couldn't help but feel proud. Now it was all for naught. "Woo-woo, Prince, Qin Xie is wronged. Poor Qin Xie and this unborn child. Your injuries aren't serious, you won't die." Seeing her crying so miserably, Yungu, who was squatting by the side to check on Yi Ying's injuries, raised her head and said, "Moreover, since you love your child, why did you harm Xiaoyan? His body couldn't be saved after drinking the poison wine. Vice Consort Zhao's pitiful crying appearance was interrupted by Yungu and immediately became very comical. She opened her mouth and tears still hung on her face. Her originally beautiful face was twisted with green and purple. The imperial physician finally arrived. Yi Li and the others were not in a hurry to leave. Mo Jingli was helped in to bandage his wounds. Concubine Xian Zhao stayed in the hall and stared at Yi Li with a complicated expression. The officials below were secretly complaining in their hearts. Although everyone knew that Li Wang wanted to kill the emperor, and they didn't have any objections. But this was different from knowing that the emperor was Li Wang's son, and that Li Wang wanted to kill the emperor with his own hands. They were afraid that from now on, Li Wang would have a knot in his heart. Princess Ding, why are you here? Concubine Xian Zhao stared at Yi Li and asked. Yi Li smiled and said, "This concubine is presumptuous. Please forgive me, concubine." This concubine's elder brother, Qing Chun Gongzi, went missing in the south a few days ago. This concubine specially came to find him. Coincidentally, I heard that my younger sister was being abused in the Li Palace, so I couldn't help but come to visit. But I didn't think. Concubine Xian Zhao couldn't help but choke. Ying was Yi Li's Shu sister. This was an indisputable fact. No matter what the relationship between the two was like in private, as long as Yi Li said that she came to visit her wronged younger sister, no one could say a word. On the contrary, they had to praise Princess Ding as a loving sister. They wanted to say that they didn't mistreat Yi Ying, but looking at Yi Ying's miserable appearance, anyone would think that she was really mistreated by the Li Palace. Concubine Xian Zhao snorted and said, "Mistreated?" Yi Ying tried to assassinate the prince. Her crime is punishable by death. Yi Li smiled and said, "Oh, then, Li Wang wanted to kill the emperor in court. What crime is that?" Chapter 926. Behind her, Qin Feng answered, "Exterminate the entire clan." Yi Li shook her head and smiled. The emperor and the imperial family are also part of King Li's clan. Exterminating the entire clan is impossible. However, exterminating the entire clan is inevitable, right? Yungu asked in confusion. Didn't they say that King Li is Xiaoyan's father? Yi Li smiled and patted Yunji's head. That's right. Then it's confusing the imperial family's bloodline. King Li passed his son off as the late emperor's son. How should he be punished? Xian Zhao Dowager Consort? Xian Zhao Dowager Consort was at a loss for words. How is this Mo Jingli passing off his son as the late emperor's son? It was clearly the late emperor who took away Mo Jingli's newborn son and passed him off as a prince to raise him. However, who would believe such words? The late emperor had quite a number of princes. Moreover, he passed the throne to this child in the end. After a long time of speechlessness, Xian Zhao Dowager Consort finally said coldly, "This is my Chu state's matter. It seems to have nothing to do with Princess Ding." Yi Li was not in a hurry. She pointed at Yi Ying on the ground and said, "If this is my fourth sister's child, does Xian Zhao Dowager Consort still think it has nothing to do with me? Or does Xian Zhao Dowager Consort think that I and the Prince Ding mansion are easy to bully?" Sophistry. Xian Zhao Dowager Consort could not win against Yi Li in a war of words. She swung her sleeves and sat to the side without saying another word. Yi Li walked to Yi Ying's side and squatted down, asking softly, "How is it?" Yinga shook her head sadly. Ying was hit by Mo Jingli's palm, and her internal injuries were severe. Her meridians were broken, and after that, she fell down the stairs and aggravated her internal injuries. No matter how good the internal injury medicine was, it could only delay the time. Ying leaned in Yunji's arms and reached out to Mo Siyun with difficulty. Seeing the bloodstains on her clothes and the traces of blood flowing from her lips, Mo Siyun was frightened and did not dare to go forward. Yi Li sighed and pulled Mo Siyun over. She whispered, "Siyun, go and take a look at her. She won't hurt you." Mo Siyun seemed to have an almost instinctive trust in Yi Li. He looked at Yi Li hesitantly before he finally walked slowly towards Yi Ying. Yi Ying looked at Mo Suyun with a smile, and sparkling tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes. Suyun, it's all Mother's fault. If Mother hadn't been greedy, you wouldn't have fallen so ill. Ahem. From now on, be good and stay by your aunt's side. She will settle you down. In the future, you won't have to be so scared anymore. You have to live well, live well. Third sister. Yi Li walked up to her and sighed. Why are you doing this? Yi Ying smiled and said, I'm not sad. Mo Jingli didn't want my Suyun. Then he shouldn't have any children in this life. The late emperor did a good deed. People like Mo Jingli deserve to die without any descendants. Third sister, I was ignorant back then. Please don't blame me. Please take good care of Suyun. Yi Li was silent for a moment and nodded. Don't worry, I will settle this child down. Mr. Xinyang is also in Glass City. He might be able to cure his body in the future. Yi Ying nodded and smiled with tears in her eyes. Third sister, I've always known that you are a good person. I've always been jealous of you. Is it true that only good people can get happiness? I really envy you in my next life. I'll be a good person too. Yi Li was speechless. In fact, compared to many people, the selfish and weak Yi Ying was really not a bad person. At least she had never really harmed anyone, although it might be because she didn't have the ability. Yi Ying, you bitch, I'm going to kill you. As they were talking, Mo Jingli suddenly rushed out from inside. His ashen face was twisted and ferocious like an evil spirit. Mo Suyun, who was still being pulled by Yi Li to talk, was immediately frightened and threw himself into Yi Li's arms. Mo Jingli grabbed Yi Ying's clothes and tried to pull her up. Yin Gu, who had been ignored by the side, was instantly furious. Yin Ji's mood was not very good to begin with. She could not cure the first patient after leaving the mountain and could not save the second patient. However, this Prince Li was actually dragging a dying person around like a sack in front of her. Let go of me. In a fit of anger, Yin Gu unceremoniously slapped him. Mo Jingli realized that he was not a match for this little girl in front of him. He immediately used Yi Ying to block in front of him without hesitation. Fortunately, Yin Gu had a peaceful nature. Even when she slapped him in anger, she did not use her full strength. She stared angrily at Mo Jingli in front of her. Shameless. Bad guy. Bastard. Scum. Yi Li's mouth twitched. She silently thought about who was the one who taught Yin Gu bad things these days. Yi Ying did not care about her current situation. With a faint smile on her lips, she looked at Mo Jingli and smiled. Prince, do you like the gift that Inger gave you? Bitch, take out the antidote. Mo Jingli said coldly. Yi Ying struggled to pick up the knife in her other hand. She smiled. The antidote. I ate the antidote. Prince, do you know how much effort I put in to get this medicine? I did not plan to let you use it so quickly, but I prepared it long ago. In Glass City. After knowing that you already got the antidote, I thought of a way to make this medicine. Since this morning, I have been soaking this dagger in the medicine. Then, before I came in, I ate the antidote myself. Bitch, I'm going to kill you. Mo Jingli choked Yi Ying's neck tightly. He really underestimated Yi Ying, this bitch. She had actually started scheming so long ago. Yi Ying turned her head with some difficulty to look at Mo Jingli, who was hiding in Yi Li's arms. She raised the knife in her hand and stabbed at Mo Jingli. This stab was not meant to hurt him. It was meant to be an assassin. Mo Jingli shook Yi Ying off. Yi Ying did not care. She looked up at Mo Suyun. Suyun, leave this place with your aunt. Otherwise he will kill you. Seeing more and more blood flowing from Yi Ying's lips, everyone was silent. They silently watched the woman lying in a pool of blood gradually lose her life. Mother! In a quiet palace, a weak child's voice suddenly sounded. Yin Gu, who was standing beside Yi Li, suddenly covered her eyes and cried silently. Yaoji, who was sitting beside Mu Yang, lowered her head and silently wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. Her bright eyes became more determined. Yi Li handed Mo Siyun to Wei Lin, who was behind her. She said lightly, Yin Gu, we should go back. Yungus silently sniffed. She walked over and held Yili's clothes and followed her out. I believe Prince Li will make good arrangements for fourth sister's body. Yili looked back at Mo Jingli and asked, Arrangements? Mo Jingli showed a strange and twisted smile. I want to burn her bones and scatter her ashes. Up to you. Yili did not have any thoughts of burying her. It would be good if they could bring Yi Ying's body out, but they had no way to do so now. This consort will help the prince publicize the great kindness of Princess Consort Li. I believe the people of Jiangnan will be grateful for Prince Li's kindness. Chapter 9:27. Yili, stop right there. Mo Jingli angrily roared. Leave Mo Su Yun behind for me. Don't even think about it. Before Yili could say anything, Yungu angrily said, Xiao Yun's mother has already entrusted him to Li Jiejie. And if he didn't want to kill Xiao Yun, how could Princess Consort Li have died? He is the emperor of the Dechu state. Mo Jingli gritted his teeth. He might even be his only son from now on. Yi Ying's final attack had dealt a huge blow to Mo Jingli. He had been poisoned twice. The imperial physician had already said that even if the antidote was found, his chances of having children in the future were very slim. Yili turned around and calmly said, Doesn't Li King want to get rid of this child and ascend the throne? Then in exchange, this consort will take this child away. From now on, he will no longer be a descendant of the Mo family. Just as Li King wished, Mo Su Yun has passed away. No, Mo Jingli flatly refused. Yili did not care. Then, Mo Su Yun is still the emperor, but his birth mother entrusted him to this consort. Then this consort and the Princeton mansion must ensure that he lives up to his name as the emperor. In other words, the Princeton mansion would completely interfere with the politics of the Dechu state. Not to mention that Mo Jingli was absolutely unwilling to let the Prince Ding mansion interfere with the Dechu state. Even if he agreed, Mo Su Yun was still in a daze. He was not truly stupid. If he was really stupid, he would not have called out mother earlier. When he grew up in the future, he would definitely not stand on Mo Jingli's side as his father. Yili looked at him and said, You can't have your cake and eat it too. Li King had best consider this carefully. Mo Jingli darkly said, What if I insist that all of you stay? Yili smiled faintly and said, That will depend on whether King Li has the ability or not. Even if King Li wants to keep all of us here, it would be best to ensure that no one else will spread the news of what happened tonight. Prince Li killed his son and the emperor, and the princess consort sacrificed herself for the greater good. What a good show. Mo Jingli was already heavily injured, and now that he was so anxious that his vision turned black, he almost fell to the ground. The people next to him hurriedly helped him to a chair. Mo Jingli held onto the armrest and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. He took a deep breath and stared at Yili. He said in a deep voice, Yili, good job. Not as good as Prince Li, Yili retorted calmly. The virtuous consort looked at Mo Jingli's exhausted appearance and hurriedly said, Princess Ding, put down the emperor. I promise you all will leave Jiangnan safely. On the side, Qin Feng gave a disdainful laugh and said, Do we need your promise? Nanjing is just a place where we can come and go as we please. What can you do to us? The virtuous consort's face darkened. Yili spoke first and leisurely said, I have always kept my word. Since I promised fourth sister to take care of the child, I must take the child away. Virtuous consort, you could try to see if it is better for us to leave quietly or for us to kill our way out of the Li Palace. With just a few of you? The virtuous consort sneered. Yili smiled and said, Do you have a lot of people? Virtuous consort, why don't you try to summon the guards to see? The virtuous consort didn't speak. Yili dared to say this because there probably weren't many guards in the Li Palace that could move. Princely, what do you think? Yili asked. Get out. Mo Jingli finally roared. Yili didn't care about what he said. She waved her hand and led everyone out in broad daylight. In the main hall, the atmosphere was so solemn and silent that one could hear a pin drop clearly. Everyone looked down and could only hear the thumping of their hearts. Mo Jingli sat in the main hall, gasping for breath. His eyes were as ferocious as a beast that chose people to devour. They had originally planned to compliment their future master, but the grand banquet had turned into a melodramatic, bloody, and tragic drama of the royal family's ethics. How could the people sitting here not be scared witless? They could only secretly rejoice in their hearts. At least there were so many of them. The prince wouldn't kill all of them, right? The so-called law can't punish the masses. There was some truth to it. Reporting to the prince, Princess Ding and her people disappeared shortly after leaving the palace. After a long time, someone outside the door reported, "A bunch of trash. Get out of here. I want all of you to get out. Get out." Mo Jingli roared. If everyone didn't leave now, when would they leave? They quickly got up and said goodbye to Mo Jingli and Xian Zhao, old concubine, and hurried out. Lear, Xian Zhao, old concubine, glanced at Mo Jingli and called softly, "Get out! Get out!" Mo Jingli didn't look at the people in front of him and scolded angrily. In the small courtyard where Yi Li and others were temporarily staying, Su Qingchun looked at the child in Wei Lin's arms and raised her eyebrows. Mo Jingli saw through your identity? Yi Li helplessly smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. He doesn't have the time to do anything to us now. But big brother, the things in Nanjing are almost done. We should go back." Although Mo Jingli might not dare to do anything to them for the time being, it was inevitable that they would provoke him if they stayed in the city for too long. Maybe Mo Jingli would impulsively fight to the death. Mo Jingli doesn't seem to be that kind of impulsive person. Su Qingchun said. It was not that Mo Jingli's character was calm, but Mo Jingli was too attached to those flashy power. It was hard for people who were attached to their loved ones to be reckless when they did things. It's very likely that he has one now. Any man who is unlucky like Mo Jingli would probably do whatever it took. If he didn't get it in the beginning, it would be fine. But now his poison had been cured, and he obviously had another child. In the blink of an eye, the child was gone, and he was poisoned. In the future, his only hope was probably broken. It had to be said that Yi Ying's last incident really made people look at her with admiration. Su Qingchun sighed softly and glanced at Mo Siyun, who was lying motionless in Wei Lin's arms. Yi Ying is dead. What are you going to do with this child? After all, he is the emperor of the Chu state. It is not appropriate to raise him in the Prince Ding mansion. Yi Li said, "Ying wants us to send the child back to my father. After all, he is their grandson. There is the Prince Ding mansion in Glass City to take care of him. The child should be fine. In any case, it is better than staying in Nanjing as a puppet emperor." Su Qingchun nodded and said, "Well, you can go north tomorrow morning." Hearing this, Yi Li was stunned. "Big brother, do you still have something to do?" Su Qingchun said, "I still have to help Yunge find someone." Yi Li frowned and thought for a while. "If you want to find someone, can't Big Brother just tell me? Is it difficult to find them?" Su Qingchun shook his head and smiled. "It's not difficult to find them. I know where they live, but I have to take Yunge there." Yi Li looked at Su Qingchun awkwardly and said, "Why don't we wait for 2 days and go back with Big Brother?" Yi Li was really worried about letting Su Qingchun take Yunge and stay in Nanjing City. Su Qingchun did not have the strength to trust a chicken. Yunji's martial arts were not weak, but she was a little girl without any experience. What if something happened to Big Brother? Chapter 928. Looking at Yi Li's undisguised worry, Su Qingchun smiled helplessly. "Lear, this is really just an accident. Prince Ding must be waiting anxiously. You'd better go back quickly. Otherwise, he will complain that I'm not capable enough to keep you in Jiangnan for so long." Yi Li was determined to ignore Su Qingchun. "I'll stay for one more day. Anyway, there's still some things to deal with. I'm not in a hurry." Unable to persuade Yi Li, Su Qingchun could only plan to take Yunge to find her tomorrow morning. Yi Li was worried about him staying in Nanjing alone. How could he not be worried about Yi Li's safety? In the end, Nanjing was not their territory. Princess, Master Qingchun, Miss Yunge, and the girl in the backyard are fighting. A guard flew in and reported with a worried face. Yi Li and Su Qingchun were both stunned. Su Qingchun immediately stood up. Yili was not very worried, not to mention that Dongfang Yu's internal energy was restrained. Even if Yinge was fine, she might not be at a disadvantage. Dongfang Yu's internal energy is gone. How could she still make a fuss? Yili asked curiously. The guard frowned and said, Princess, they didn't use martial arts. How can they fight without martial arts? Princess, you'll know when you see it. The guard said, martial arts was not the only way to fight. Because most people in the world did not know martial arts, it did not mean that they did not fight. Therefore, when Yi Li and Su Qingshan saw the two people fighting on the ground in the courtyard, they could not help but be stunned. Su Qingshan could not help but touch his forehead and called out, Yinge. Hearing Su Qingshan's voice, Yinge paused. But this pause was enough for Dongfang Yu to grab her beautiful face. If he grabbed her face, even if Dongfang Yu did not have internal energy, Yinji's beautiful face would be disfigured for several months. However, although Dongfang Yu did not have any internal energy at the moment, it did not mean that Yinge did not either. So she just tilted her head back and clasped Dongfang Yu's claws tightly with one hand. Don't fight, okay? Dongfang Yu sneered, go to hell. With a bitter face, Yinge blocked Dongfang Yu's hand that was waving at her again. She quickly sealed her acupoints and jumped up from the ground, running to Su Qingshan. Su Qingshan, sisterly, why are you here? Yili raised her eyebrows at her, smiling without saying a word. Su Qingshan looked at her. Who told you to fight with someone? Although Su Qingshan's voice was as gentle as ever, Yinge felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. She couldn't help but shrink her neck and move closer to Yili. She felt that Su Qingshan, who was looking at her indifferently, was fiercer than her father, who had passed away 3 or 4 years ago. Therefore, it was not unreasonable for the brothers of the Su family to be afraid of eldest young Master Su. Eldest young Master Su was born with the dignity of teacher. I was wrong. Yinge lowered her head and admitted her mistake. Yili looked at the two with a smile, and then looked at Dongfang Yu, who was fixed on one side. She smiled faintly and said, Why did Yinge come here? This yard was the innermost and most remote yard in the mansion. Ordinary people would not come here for no reason. Yinge said with a bitter face, I just wanted to pick a few flowers for little Yin. It turned out that there were 2 begonias in the yard where Dongfang Yu lived. Yinge thought that Mo Siyun had been frightened and his mind was somewhat blank. Perhaps it would be better to give him some fun things. But the little girl who grew up in the mountains did not know what to give. Her first choice was naturally flowers and plants. So she ran all over the mansion and found these 2 begonias that were blooming well. But she did not want to disturb Dongfang Yu, who was under house arrest in the yard. And Dongfang Yu had heard the people in the mansion mention this girl that young Master Qingshan had brought back personally. So they started a fight as soon as they met. If Dongfang Yu's internal energy had not been restrained, she might have used her killing move directly. Su Qingshan handed over a white handkerchief and said, Don't you know martial arts? Do you need to roll around on the ground with people? Yinge lowered her head and drew circles on the ground with her feet. She thought that Dongfang Yu did not know martial arts. People who practiced martial arts naturally could not bully ordinary people who did not know martial arts. After seeing Su Qingshan, Dongfang Yu no longer stared at Yinge with her eyes. Instead, she looked at Su Qingshan with infatuation. Ever since she was caught by Yili, she had not seen Su Qingshan even once. Although Yili did not lock her up in the dungeon, as long as she wanted to take a step out of the courtyard, she would immediately be stopped. And these people did not use any tricks. Even when she shouted that she wanted to burn the house, they did not even turn their eyes. The meaning was obvious. If she wanted to burn herself to death, she could do so. Of course, Dongfang Yu did not want to burn herself to death, so she could only endure silently. Today, she finally saw Su Qingshan in person. Dongfang Yu was not in the mood to argue with Yinge. Yinge looked curiously at Su Qingshan and then at Dongfang Yu. She could not help but move closer to Yili. She felt that the way this woman looked at Su Qingshan was very strange. It made her hair stand on end. Master Qingshan, how are you? Dongfang Yu asked softly. She did not care that her acupoints were sealed and her body was stiff. It was hard for people to get used to saying such tender words. Su Qingshun looked indifferently at Dongfang Yu, then turned her gaze to Yunge, who was beside Yuli, and said, "Why aren't you going back to change?" Chapter 929. Su Qingshun didn't seem to hear her. She turned and walked out of the door. Yuli glanced coldly at Dongfang Yu, who was sitting on the ground, and said, "Miss Dongfang, after being a prisoner, you still don't know what it means to know your place." Dongfang Yu finally stopped staring at Su Qingshun's back. She stared at Yili angrily and said, "Who is that girl?" Yili raised her eyebrows and smiled. "If Miss Dongfang doesn't know who Yunge is, why would you fight with her?" Dongfang Yu screamed, "That's impossible. How can that wild girl who doesn't know anything be worthy of young Master Qingshun? You lied to me. Yili, how did I offend you? Why do you have to break me up with young Master Qingshun?" Yili looked up and rolled her eyes. Dongfang Yu was crazy. "Miss Dongfang, what do you mean I want to break you up with young Master Qingshun? Did my brother even look at you?" Yili suddenly felt that she had been wronged. She was a good sister who cared about her big brother's lifelong happiness. She was definitely not picky. She was the best sister-in-law in the world. "It must be you. Otherwise, young Master Qingshun wouldn't dislike me," Dongfang Yu said angrily. "Miss Dongfang, you think too much." Yili said calmly, "Look at how Big Brother treats Yunge, and then look at how Big Brother treats you. Don't you know what kind of girl he likes?" Dongfang Yu glared fiercely at Yili. Yili blinked her eyes and smiled faintly. "Miss Dongfang, if I were you, I would rather think about how many days I have left than think about all this nonsense." "You want to kill me?" Dongfang Yu looked at her coldly and said disdainfully. Yili shook her head and said, "I don't plan to kill you. In fact, I plan to let you go." "You think I'll believe you?" Dongfang Yu sneered. Yili said sincerely, "It's true. I plan to let you go. And I'll send you back to your original subordinates in the Boundless Mountain, along with the evidence of you murdering Dongfang Hui." Hearing Yi Li's words, Dongfang Yu's face instantly turned pale. Murdering Dongfang Hui was the only thing she had done in her life that she couldn't escape condemnation. At the same time, it was also something that would definitely cost her her life if word got out. While not even a tenth of Infinite Boundless Mountain's power remained, there were still quite a few people who were loyal to Infinite Boundless Mountain. These people were loyal to her because she was the young master of the Boundless Mountain to be the successor to Dongfang Hui. Once people found out that she was the one who killed Dongfang Hui, those people would immediately turn against her to avenge Dongfang Hui. Dongfang Yu still had self-awareness. How could his mere few months compare to Dongfang Hui's decades of prestige? Looking at Dongfang Yu's bleak expression, Yili did not have the slightest bit of sympathy for her. To her, Dongfang Hui was an enemy. But to Dongfang Yu, Dongfang Hui was her master, her mother, and her savior. If it weren't for Dongfang Hui, Dongfang Yu would have died long ago. She wouldn't have boasted that she was proficient in the 4 arts, martial arts, and medicine. She was the only one in the world who was worthy of young Master Qingshun. Even if Dongfang Hui had wronged everyone in the world, she hadn't wronged Dongfang Yu. She betrayed her master and even sent people to assassinate Dongfang Hui just because Dongfang Hui stood in her way. She was no different from a beast. Su Qingshun didn't like her. Even if Su Qingshun liked her, he would kill her. Of course, young Master Qingshun's vision was much sharper than Yili's. Originally, Yili hadn't thought of how to deal with Dongfang Yu. There was no point in keeping such a person alive. It just so happened that many hidden powers of the Boundless Mountain were hard to find. Once Yili released the truth of Dongfang Hui's murder, there were immediately people who were loyal to Dongfang Hui, disloyal to Dongfang Yu, and secretly ambitious people who wanted to form their own power. Therefore, Yili naturally didn't object to using Dongfang Yu in exchange for some benefits. Of course, this had to ensure that Dongfang Yu didn't survive. Dongfang Yu's obsession with Su Qingshun had long been twisted. If she escaped, Yili couldn't guarantee what she would do. Because they planned to go north as soon as possible, Su Qingshun didn't delay any longer. The next morning, he brought Yunge to the house of Marquis Muyang. Hearing the news of young Master Qingqian's visit, Mu Yang and his father's faces turned ugly. If it was in the past, they would naturally welcome young Master Qingqian's visit. But now, Prince Li had just been screwed over by the Prince Ding mansion. Of course, this wasn't the fault of the Prince Ding mansion, but no one in power wouldn't be angry. At this time, although Prince Li didn't send people to do anything to Princess Ding and young Master Qingqian, it was because he didn't have the confidence to catch them all. It wasn't that he didn't want to. Now that they were too close to young Master Qingqian, weren't they rushing to let Prince Li vent his anger? However, young Master Qingqian was not someone who they could ignore whenever they wanted to see him. With Su Qingqian's fame and status, you might not be able to see him when you wanted to. But when he wanted to see you, you definitely couldn't refuse to see him. Young Master Qingqian came from afar. This old man didn't welcome you properly. It was really rude of me. Old Marquis Mu Yang led Mu Yang and the Mu family to welcome Su Qingqian with a face full of smiles. Su Qingqian glanced at the group of people behind Marquis Mu Yang with a faint smile. It was said that Marquis Mu Yang was Mo Jingqi's confidant. Now that Mo Jingqi's reputation had fallen and his family was ruined, but Marquis Mu Yang's family was still prosperous and even more powerful than before. He was indeed a rare person among the generals who knew how to monopolize. Frowning slightly, Su Qingqian glanced at Yunge. Was it really a good thing to leave Yunge in the house of Marquis Mu Yang? Even if Yaoji was here, Yaoji had a heavy responsibility. How could she have the time to take care of an ignorant child? Besides, how long could the house of Marquis Mu Yang last? Yunge followed beside Su Qingqian and looked strangely at the old man who was talking to Su Qingqian. Since he felt that he didn't welcome them properly, why didn't he just go out to welcome them? Even if he was older, it didn't matter if he didn't welcome them. Yunge frowned. She didn't know why, but intuitively, she didn't like this old man who was smiling amiably at Su Qingqian. Old Marquis Mu Yang naturally also saw the young girl standing beside Su Qingqian. He felt it was strange. Young Master Qingqian was famous for being disrespectful to women. He was already over the age of 30, but hadn't gotten married. Why would he be with a beautiful young girl? Mu Yang and Yaoji naturally met Yunge before. Yaoji had a good impression of this young girl who was skilled in martial arts and nodded at her with a smile. Yunge blinked her eyes and smiled sweetly at Yaoji. Although Yunge hated those people at the banquet last night, she didn't hold a grudge. Besides, what happened last night had nothing to do with them. It was all that heartless Prince Li's fault. Yaoji, do you know this young girl? Marquis Mu Yang's wife, who was standing behind Mu Yang and beside Yaoji, suddenly asked in a sharp voice. Old Marquis Mu Yang frowned. He was very dissatisfied with his daughter-in-law's rude behavior, but he also glanced at Yaoji. Mu Yang glared at his wife and made an excuse. Father, I saw this young girl at Prince Li's mansion last night. Prince Li's mansion? Old Marquis Mu Yang frowned. What happened at Prince Li's mansion last night? Mu Yang only said a few words vaguely. As an official, he naturally needed to understand that some things could be said, and some things could not be said even to the people closest to him. Old Marquis Mu Yang didn't know what happened at Prince Li's mansion last night, but from the news of the Emperor's critical condition and Princess Consort Li's death this morning, it was probably not a small matter. Old Marquis Mu Yang glanced at Su Qingqian vigilantly and said in a deep voice, May I know why young Master Qingqian is here? Su Qingqian smiled faintly. Marquis Mu Yang, are you going to talk to me here? If possible, old Marquis Mu Yang really wanted to talk here. But at the same time, he also understood that this was not the place to talk. He smiled awkwardly and turned to the side. Young master, please come in. After entering the hall and taking a seat, Yunge sat obediently next to Su Qingqian. She was so quiet and well-behaved that one couldn't tell that she was the innocent and lively girl who was filled with righteous indignation over someone else's matter last night. After the tea was served, Mu Yang asked, Young Master Qingqian, may I know who this young girl is? Su Qingqian put down the teacup and glanced at Yunge, saying indifferently, May I know if Marquis Mu Yang remembers a doctor called Shen Fengru? Shen Fengru? Mu Yang frowned in confusion and looked at his parents. Old Marquis Muyang's expression changed slightly. He quickly glanced at Yinge, who was sitting beside Su Qingshun, and said in a deep voice, "This old man has never heard of him. May I know why young Master Qingshun is asking about this?" Su Qingshun said, "Then, about 3 to 4 years ago, Marquis Muyang should not have received a single letter from this Mr. Shun." Old Marquis Muyang's expression had returned to normal. He nodded and said, "This old man has indeed not received any letters. If that's the case, this one will take his leave." Su Qingshun's expression darkened and did not say anything else. He stood up and said to Yinge, "Yinge, let's go." Yinge looked at Su Qingshun in confusion. She did not understand why he was suddenly unhappy. However, if Su Qingshun was unhappy, she would usually be the unlucky one. So she quickly stood up and walked to Su Qingshun's side. She hesitated for a moment before asking, "But didn't you say you would help me find someone? Is it because you can't find him?" "It's okay. There's no need to rush." Su Qingshun smiled faintly and looked at Yinge, saying, "There's no need to find him. The person your father arranged can't come and pick you up." Why? Yinge did not understand. Their entire family is already dead. Su Qingshun walked out without looking back. He completely did not see old Marquis Muyang's expression turn ugly, as if he had swallowed a fly. She had never seen Su Qingshun so rude. Yinge nodded apologetically at Marquis Muyang, who was so angry that his face turned green. She quickly chased after him. "Su Qingshun, don't be angry. It's not their fault that they died early. I can do it by myself. Don't worry. You'll come with me to Glass City in the future. Are you afraid that the Prince Ding Mansion can't support a little girl like you?" Su Qingshun's voice came faintly with a hint of joy. "I'm not a little girl. Then do I have to go visit the grave? It's just that my father said that for the next 3 years, I have to visit his grave every year on the anniversary of his death. Otherwise, he'll be angry." "There's no need. Wait until they're all dead," Su Qingshun said faintly. "But didn't you say that they're all dead?" Yinge glared at him angrily. "I said there's no need. Do you understand?" Su Qingshun stopped and looked at Yinge with a gentle smile. Yinge immediately shrunk her head. She lowered her head and said softly, "I understand." Su Qingshun was getting fiercer. Sob sob. Chapter 9:30. After leaving Marquis Muyang's residence, Yinge was carefully sizing up Su Qingshun as she walked back. She didn't know why, but every time Su Qingshun didn't smile, she felt scared. But when Su Qingshun smiled, she felt even more scared. Yinge lowered her head and glanced at her not particularly soft but still slender little hand. She could not help but sigh with a bitter expression. It wasn't her fault this time, but why was Su Qingshun still angry? Her hand would break from writing. Why didn't she realize that Su Qingshun was so easily angered? Of course, these words were only in Yunji's mind. Even if she said it out loud, no one would believe her. Did young Master Qingshun get angry easily? The number of people in this world who had seen young Master Qingshun get angry could be counted on one hand. Young Master Immortal's demeanor and upbringing had always been praised. Who dared to slander young Master Qingshun? Beat him up. Of course, Su Qingshun saw Yunji's actions. He smiled faintly and didn't explain. He only asked, "Now that you can't find the person you're looking for, what do you plan to do?" Yinge blinked and said gloomily, "That's okay. They're all dead. No wonder they didn't pick me up. I've already grown up. I can do it alone." Su Qingshun shook his head and said, "It's not safe for you to be alone. I've told you before, come with me to Glass City." Yinge quickly shook her head. Although she grew up in the countryside, these few days were enough for her to understand the status of the Su family. Most importantly, even that Marquis Muyang's residence made people feel very restrained the moment they entered. The Su family was bigger than Marquis Muyang's residence, and they were all scholars. There would definitely be more rules. Su Qingshun smiled and said, "There aren't many people in the Su family, and there aren't many rules. Everyone wanted to live their own lives. The reason why your father left a letter for someone to pick you up was because he was worried that you would be alone in the mountains. Now that you can't find anyone and you're going back to the mountains, won't your father's worries come true? Come with me to Glass City. The people there are very nice. Be a good child and listen to me. Yin Ji's eyes turned a little blank. Her lively eyes were filled with uneasiness. Su Qing-chan sighed softly and raised his hand to push a strand of hair behind her ear. He said softly, "If you really don't like it, I can help you find another place to live. But at least we could take care of each other in Glass City. You are my savior. Do you want others to call me ungrateful? What's more, didn't you say that I still have to drink the medicine for 3 months?" It was not the right way to practice medicine to cast aside a half-cured patient. My grandfather lives in Lishan Academy outside Glass City. There are also people from the Prince Ding mansion guarding that place. When the time comes, you can move there too. Isn't it the same as living in the mountains? Su Qing-chun. Yinga bit her lips and looked at Su Qing-chun. I know that you are worried that I will be alone in the mountains and have no one to take care of me. That's why you wanted to go to Glass City. Thank you. You're such a good person. Then you have to be obedient, understand? Su Qing-chan smiled. And then, I'll have to trouble you in the future. I'll give you all the things that my father left for me. Okay? Yin Ji's eyes lit up and said happily, she had nothing. It would be embarrassing for her to eat and live on Su Qing-chan's things. Why not give the things that her father left for her to Su Qing-chan? This way, no one would lose out. Her father said that those things were very good and very important. The corner of young Master Qing-chan's lips twitched slightly. He had seen the things that Father Shen left for Yunge. There was not even a tale of gold or silver. However, there was the deed to the Chu capital that was stuffed under the red sandalwood carving. The luminous pearl that was said to have been used as a marble by a certain someone when he was a child, a box of authentic calligraphy and paintings that were sought after by all scholars in the world, and many lost medical books and rare medicinal herbs that were kept in an inconspicuous small bag. Obviously, this was the dowry that Father Shun had prepared for his daughter. Yingu, who thought that she was very poor but was actually very rich, guiltily planned to use these things as rent and living expenses. Su Qing-chan coughed softly and said, "No need. These are souvenirs that your father left for you. If I get injured again in the future, just remember to save me and don't charge me." Su Qing-chun, you are indeed a good person. Yinga looked at him with tears in her eyes. She was so bad. Why did she think that Su Qing-chun was fierce? Yingu happily followed young Master Qing-chun back to copy books. She had forgotten what had happened at the Marquis Muyang's residence. She also forgot that young Master Qing-chun had only been seriously injured once in his life. She did not know when she would be able to pay back her rent and living expenses. Marquis Muyang's residence Mu Yang looked strangely at his gloomy father. Just by looking at his father's expression, he knew that his father must know that Shun Fengru. Why didn't his father admit it? What was even stranger was that young Master Qing-chun did not pursue the matter. It was as if he could not tell that his father was lying. Or rather, it was as if he was just asking a routine question. No matter how his father answered, he would still leave. And the last sentence that young Master Qing-chan said was even stranger. All of them died, no matter how one looked at it. It seemed that he was talking about the Marquis Muyang's residence. But would young Master Qing-chun curse others like this without any restraint? Father, what's going on? Young Master Qing-chun and that Miss Yinge. Matriarch Mu frowned. That girl is called Yinge? Muyang nodded. Matriarch Mu sighed softly, but did not say anything else. Yaoji said lightly, "It seems that young Master Qing-chun values that girl very much. Old Marquis, today, you're smart." Because Yaoji gave birth to the Mu family's only son and had been very decent in all aspects these years. She also helped Mu Yang to deal with some matters in the residence. She was even more considerate than a real daughter-in-law. Therefore, old Marquis Muyang was not angry when Yaoji suddenly spoke. He just said lightly. Obviously, Yaoji had already guessed the reason why Su Qing-chun brought Yungu to the Marquis Muyang's residence. Sighing, Marquis Muyang said, "Yes, we do know that Shun Fengru. That girl called Yungu is your cousin." Cousin? Muyang was surprised. He had never heard that he had a cousin. Speaking of which, when that girl called Yungu was born, He should be almost 20 years old. If he really had such a cousin, it was impossible for him to not remember. Matriarch Mu nodded and said, "That girl's mother is my biological younger sister, your biological aunt." Mu Yang was a little surprised. He still remembered that he did have a biological aunt. It was just that this aunt was only 3 or 4 years older than him and had been in poor health since young. It seemed that she had passed away when she was 16. He had only seen this aunt a few times, so he did not have a deep impression of her. If his mother had not mentioned it, he would have forgotten about it long ago. He immediately understood why his father refused to admit it. With the current relationship between the Dechu state and the Prince Ding mansion, how could his father dare to admit that young Master Qingchen had delivered himself to his doorstep? Wouldn't it make Prince Li suspect that the Marquis Muyang's residence and the Prince Ding mansion were in cahoots? However, it would be good if he could really establish a relationship with the Prince Ding mansion. The problem was that the Prince Ding mansion's fall off the cliff back then could be considered as Marquis Muyang's doing. How could Prince Ding not bear a grudge? For so many years, Prince Ding did not make a move on the Marquis Muyang's residence already made Marquis Muyang uneasy. How could he dare to hope that he could rely on the Prince Ding mansion? The Marquis Muyang's residence and the Prince Ding mansion were destined to be enemies. Chapter 9:31. But Muyang did not expect that the courageous girl with high martial arts skills was actually his cousin. Muyang, who had no sisters or brothers since childhood, could not help but feel a little regretful. But since the girl was taken care of by the Prince Ding mansion, they did not need to copy her heart. It was better not to see her. Su Qingshun took Yinge back to the small courtyard and met Yi Li's smiling eyes. Yi Li did not ask much and took Yinge back to the room to pack up and prepare to leave Jiangnan. That night, a group of people left Nanjing and took a boat to the north. The people in Nanjing were excited because of the little emperor's critical illness. Most people did not even know that Princess Ding and Master Qingchen had come and left, taking away their little emperor. The ship sailed steadily on the water. On the deck, Su Qingshun and Yi Li sat opposite each other, admiring the waves that were never seen before. In the cabin, Yin Ge was taking care of Mo Sun, who had been unconscious since he boarded the boat. Su Qingshun drank tea leisurely and looked at Yi Li opposite him and said, "Is it okay to leave Dongfang Yu's matter to Qin Feng?" Yi Li looked at Su Qingshun jokingly and said, "It seems that Big Brother was also scared by Dongfang Yu. Don't worry, Qin Feng is just as calm. Don't worry, there won't be any problems." As for how Qin Feng would deal with Dongfang Yu, no one cared, as long as it was confirmed that Dongfang Yu was dead. It came to Jiangnan this time and did a lot of things. Su Qingshun smiled faintly. Although she came to save Su Qingshun, the extra gains were quite considerable. Yi Ying's last attack was enough to make Mo Jingli unable to leave Nanjing for a month or two. He also had to deal with the problems after Mo Suyun's departure and plan how to ascend the throne. It would be difficult for the Dechu state to send troops in a short time. Even if Mo Jingli agreed to form an alliance with the northern tribes of Xiling, he would have to wait until next year to go to the north personally. Yi Li smiled faintly and said, "By then, between the northern tribes and the western hill, one side should have already retreated. At that time, when Mo Jingli sends out his troops, the pressure on the Mahist army will be less." Su Qingshun nodded and said, "Lear has thought it through very thoroughly. Besides, Lear has also planted a few spies in his army. When the time comes, how much strength Mo Jingli's army can really contribute is probably still unknown." "Big Brother, you flatter me." Yi Li covered her mouth and laughed. She looked back at the girl who was busy in the half-open cabin and asked, "What do you plan to do, Brother Yunj?" Originally, if Wuyo was still in Glass City, Yinge could accompany Wuyo. However, Wuyo had gone to West Hill. Why don't Big Brother send her to the Prince Ding mansion so that she could accompany Madame Yang? Madame Yang's knowledge and talent are all first class. She can also be taught. Su Qingshun glanced at her lightly and said, "There's no need. Mother and second aunt can also teach her. Besides, second uncle's mansion is also close to our family. Sister-in-law can also accompany her." Yi Li blinked and smiled. "I'm afraid, Junger, can't wait to be surrounded by the children all day long. How can she have the time? The same goes for eldest aunt and second aunt. Our two children are still in the Su family. It was very difficult to take care of two children who were not even 1 year old yet. I have my own arrangements, Su Qingshan said. Yili nodded and smiled. All right then. Anyway, Yunj is Big Brother's savior. Big Brother has the final say on how to settle her. Su Qingshan only pretended not to hear the teasing in his cousin's words. He calmly held the teacup and started to enjoy the scenery on the sea. Because they were worried that they would be intercepted by Jinan Palace midway, they did not take the canal. They went directly to the estuary and went north after entering the sea. The Shilling army was not good at water battles. After sailing for more than 10 days, they disembarked at a port not far from the original Chu capital, Chongqing City. Su Qingshan brought Yunj and Mo Siyun along the way slowly and prepared to return to Glass City. Yili got on a fast horse the moment she disembarked and brought the people to the battlefield. It had been nearly 2 months since Yi Li went to Jiangnan Road. At this time, the northern part of the country was already filled with cold wind and snow. Lei Jinting had already brought close to 1 million troops to the border with the Mahist army. This time, not only was Lei Jinting personally leading the troops, Lei Tingfeng was also coming along. It was obvious that Lei Jinting wanted to wipe out the Mahist army in one fell swoop. This was because he knew that if he missed this opportunity, Lei Jinting would not have another chance to defeat the Prince Ding Mansion and the Mahist army in his lifetime. The three-nation alliance had a high chance of winning. Unfortunately, they did not start the battle properly. Before they even started, Mo Jingli had already dropped the ball. Lei Jinting could only curse Mo Jingli in his heart. There was nothing he could do. Although they could not wait for the Chu State's army to arrive, Shilling and Beirong had close to 2 million troops. More importantly, these two countries were in the north and south, sandwiching the Mahist army in the middle. This caused the Mahist army to be attacked from both front and rear. If one only looked at the geography, they were in a much better position than the Northern Alliance. At this time, Mo Xiuyao had already pushed from the border not far from the Northern Tribes army to a large citadel in the north of the Chu State. The citadel was less than 100 li away from Spirit Vulture Mountain. It was not far from Feihong Pass and was not far from Lei Jinting's army. It was also a path that the northern tribes had to pass through if they wanted to go south from the northwest. Now that the war was about to begin, Mo Xiuyao, as the highest commander of the Mahist army, naturally could not charge into the battlefield like before. He needed to control both the Shilling and northern tribes' battlefields at the same time. He could only silently retreat from the front lines. When Yili arrived at the citadel, she did not inform anyone. She directly went to Mo Xiuyao's temporary residence in the citadel. These areas that were reclaimed by the Mahist army had slowly returned to normal over the past half a year. The best governor's residence in the citadel was still reserved for the citadel's officials. Therefore, Mo Xiuyao could only take his subordinates and squeeze into the commander's residence. Fortunately, most of the Mahist army's generals were fighting on the front lines. Only Feng Jiao, Marquis Nan, and a few others were by Mo Xiuyao's side. Even Fu Zhao had personally gone out to lead the troops. The average-sized commander's residence did not seem crowded at all. When Yili arrived at the commander's residence, the guard at the door jumped in fright. When he recovered, he hurriedly came forward to greet Wang Fei and invite her in. Yili did not mind the guard's slight loss of composure. She asked with a smile, "Is the prince in the residence?" The guard nodded and said, "Wang Fei, the prince, Feng Jiao, and Marquis Nan are all present." When she entered the residence, she found out that Mo Xiuyao and the others were discussing in the study. Yili stood at the door and hesitated. Just as she was about to leave, the people inside discovered her presence. The door to the study was pulled open from the inside. Mo Xiuyao stood at the door and looked at her with a smile. He said, "Li, why aren't you coming in?" Yili looked in puzzlement inside. "Aren't you discussing matters?" Mo Xiuyao grabbed her hand and pulled her inside. "It's nothing important. Also, is there anything in the Wang residence that you cannot hear?" Chapter 932. Inside, Feng Jiao and Marquis Nin looked in surprise at Mo Xiaoyao pulling Yili in. Feng Jiao reacted the fastest. He looked at Mo Xiaoyao with a grin and teased, "The prince is indeed skilled. Just sitting in the study, you can tell that the princess consort has returned." Marquis Nin looked at the smiling Feng Jiao and then looked at Mo Xiaoyao, who was looking at Feng Jiao coldly but with a faint warmth in his eyes. He shook his head helplessly and said, "The princess consort has returned? Young Master Qingshan." Therefore, older people were more reliable. These people did not ask her about her trip to Jiangnan. Yili smiled and said, "Marquis, thank you for your concern. I am well. Big brother will rest in the Chu capital for 2 days before returning to Li City." Feng Jiao looked at Yili with a grin and said, "Princess consort, I heard that young Master Qingshan brought back a beautiful girl with strong martial arts." The Shadow Guard had already reported Yili's trip to Jiangnan to the Prince Ding mansion. Yungu was inevitably mentioned. As for the beautiful girl with strong martial arts, it was unknown which Shadow Guard was behind it. Yili tilted her head and quietly looked at Feng Jiao. After a while, she nodded and said, "She is indeed a beautiful and cute girl. Her martial arts and medical skills are not bad. Do you want me to ask Big Brother to introduce her to you?" Feng Jiao quickly shrunk his neck and raised his hand to rub his stiff face. He smiled bitterly and said, "Better not. I don't dare to offend young Master Qingshan." Young Master Qingshan had only brought back such a beautiful and cute girl after a few decades. If he rushed to meet her, wouldn't he be eaten by the Su family? Mo Xiaoyao was also curious. Although Su Qingshan looked gentle and amiable, he had very high standards. It was not easy to catch his eye. "I heard that the young lady is related to the Marquis Muyang's household. If that was the case, it would not be good. If that girl was really related to the house of Marquis Muyang, it would be better to ask Su Qingshan to change to another girl. He could not possibly have to give Su Qingshan face when he wanted to make a move on that old thing Marquis Muyang, right?" Yili smiled faintly. "It doesn't matter now. What do you mean?" Feng Jiao and Nan Ho both looked at Yili. Feng Jiao wanted to hear some gossip, while Marquis Nin had some conflicts with Marquis Muyang's residence. He wanted to consider how to treat the girl if they met in the future. Yili told him about how Su Qingshan personally brought Yungu to the house of Marquis Muyang and brought her back. Feng Jiao stared at Yili with his eyes wide open. He asked in disbelief, "So, young Master Qingshan cursed his whole family to die in front of Marquis Muyang and the entire Mu family? Why didn't Marquis Muyang stab him a few times?" Young Master Qingshan was really an extraordinary person. He usually looked gentle and refined with profound self-restraint. Who would have thought that when he scolded someone, he would be so vicious? Yili shrugged and smiled. "This is what I heard from Yungu." Feng Jiao silently decided in his heart that he must not provoke that little girl called Yungu. Nanho thought for a while and said, "That girl should be the niece of Marquis Muyang's wife. Speaking of which, she has a little relationship with Dr. Shun." "Huh?" The other three looked at Nanho curiously. Nanho shook his head and smiled. "These are all old affairs in the capital. Prince and princess consort will naturally not care about these things. But our family and the house of Marquis Muyang." Nanho's family and the house of Marquis Muyang had never been on good terms. Therefore, they were very clear about some of the bad things of other families. Nanho said, "Marquis Muyang's wife has a younger sister. Her health has been poor since she was young. Not many people in the Chu capital know her. But when they asked a doctor to treat her, she ran away with a young doctor. Marquis Muyang's family naturally could not afford to lose face. They only said that the girl died of illness. That doctor is Shun Yang's nephew. Although Shun Yang is a famous doctor, and the Shun family is also a famous family of doctors, Marquis Muyang's family is also a noble family. How could they agree to marry their daughter to a doctor? I heard from the princess that the girl's surname is Shun, and she is related to the house of Marquis Muyang. It should be this one." Yili asked curiously. When Mrs. Shun eloped, how could Mr. Shun be so sure that he could entrust his daughter to the house of Marquis Muyang before he passed away? Although the house of Marquis Muyang had indeed refused to take care of Yunj, it was mostly because of Su Qingshun and the Princeton mansion. Nanho smiled. Well, I heard that Marquis Muyang's wife and Mrs. Shun used to be very close. There's a big age gap between them. Although they are sisters, they are like mother and daughter. What's more, Shun Fengru saved Marquis Muyang's life back then. Taking care of a descendant of the Shun family is not difficult. He'll naturally agree. But this time, Marquis Muyang has always been a person who steers according to the wind. It is his instinct to seek good fortune and avoid disaster. Since Miss Shun is related to young Master Qingshan, Marquis Muyang will not dare to keep her. It's good that it has nothing to do with the house of Marquis Muyang. Mo Xiaoyao nodded with satisfaction. It did not matter whose daughter Xinyunj was. Yili, it seems that the Su family will have a lot of marriages next year. Except for the youngest Su Qingyan, the other young masters of the Su family were all taken. Yili pursed her lips and smiled. That's not necessarily true. In her opinion, Xinyunj did not have any thoughts about young Master Qingshan. Chapter 9:33. Hearing Yi Li's words, Feng Jiao and Mo Xiaoyao's expressions became strange. Yili knew what the two of them were thinking when she saw their expressions. They probably wanted to see young Master Qingshan make a fool of himself. It was a pity that this battle would take some time. By the time they finished the battle, young Master Qingshan might have settled everything and returned home with a beautiful woman. These two were regretting that they didn't have the chance to see the greatest young master in the world. Marquis then coughed lightly. He deeply felt that he was old and couldn't understand the thoughts of these young people. Prince, third young master Feng, should we continue? If he let this Feng Jiao get to the bottom of the matter, he might say something that would make him feel awkward. Feng Jiao rubbed his nose. He just remembered that they were discussing business before Yili came. Mo Xiaoyao saw that Yili had returned and was impatient to deal with them. He pulled Yili to sit down and hurriedly gave a few instructions. Then he drove the two out. It was the first time in his life that he was driven out. Marquis then stood at the door of the study in a daze. Feng Jiao was very used to it. He pulled Marquis Nan and said with a smile, Marquis, let's go. How about having a drink at my place? Marquis Nan finally recovered. He helplessly shook his head and followed Feng Jiao out. Feng Jiao took a few steps and suddenly stopped with some hesitation. It seemed that he had forgotten to tell the princess consort something. Marquis Nan looked back in confusion. What's wrong? Aren't we going to drink? It seems that there is something that I forgot to tell Wang Fei. Feng Jiao said, Is it business? Is there something that you know that Prince doesn't? Marquis Nan asked. Feng Jiao thought about it. That's right. Mo Xiaoyao would always tell Wang Fei. At most, it would be a little later. He waved his hand and swaggered away with Marquis Nan. In the study, Mo Xiaoyao held Yili tightly in his arms and gently rubbed the top of her head. He said in a muffled voice, This time Miss Li has been gone for a long time. Yili smiled helplessly and said, How is 2 months considered long? A round trip from the north to Jiangnan, 2 months was considered fast. However, Yili also knew that this was not the time to go against Mo Xiaoyao. It's my fault. Come back quickly in the future. Sure enough, Mo Xiaoyao said faintly. A day apart feels like 3 years. Does Mr. Li not miss I at all? Yili was embarrassed. She raised her head and gently kissed Mo Xiaoyao's lips. She said softly, I miss you too, okay? Mo Xiaoyao's eyes darkened. He held the back of Yi Li's head and pushed it in front of him, deeply deepening the kiss. Yili was shocked, but was quickly swept away by Mo Xiaoyao's passionate passion. She closed her eyes and sank into the entanglement of lips and tongues with him. Mr. Li, Mo Xiaoyao murmured Yi Li's name in a low voice. Yili felt his deep voice enter her ears and her entire body go numb. She felt her entire body go soft. Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head and gently tasted the sweetness on her pink lips. Mr. Li Fuwang. Fuwang, mother is back, isn't she? Mo Xiaobao's voice, mixed with the sound of running, came from outside the door. Then, there was the sound of knocking on the door. The two people who were still immersed in their tender feelings immediately woke up. Yili looked at the door in surprise. Why is Xiaobao in Wei City? Mo Xiaoyao's face was cold as he swept a glance at the door. He said indifferently, last time Feng-san went back to Li City to do something, he insisted on following. He's not young anymore. It's not a big deal for him to see the battlefield. However, this scoundrel didn't dare to disturb his time with Mr. Li. Mo Xiaoyao snorted and waved his hand in the direction of the door. The door that was originally locked from the inside opened, and Mo Xiaobao, who was lying on the door, almost fell in. Fortunately, Mo Xiaobao had started to learn martial arts in the past 2 years and had some success in the basics. He only needed to lean forward to stand steadily at the door. He looked at his Fu Wang and Yang Qin, who were sitting inside with some confusion, and then looked at the open door. She used so much force but didn't manage to open it. How did it open now? Chinner. Yili stood up and looked at her son with a smile. After not seeing him for a few months, he had grown a lot taller. Yang Qin, Mo Xiaobao said absent-mindedly. He immediately stepped into the study and rushed in Yi Li's direction. Mo Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes. His right hand lightly knocked on the table, and a weasel hairbrush that was originally on the table shot towards Mo Xiaobao. Mo Xiaobao cried out in surprise and hurriedly flew out of the way. He continued to rush towards Yi Li. Mo Xiaoyao sighed again, and another weasel hairbrush on the table shot over. This time, Mo Xiaobao wasn't so lucky. A corner of his clothes was nailed to the pillar by the brush. Mo Xiaobao's outstretched hand was less than 3 inches away from Yi Li. Mo Xiaobao turned his head to look at his clothes that were nailed to the pillar, and then looked at his Yang Qin, who was just inches away from him. His large eyes immediately became watery. Yang Qin. Fuang bullied Xiaobao. Xiaobao misses Yang Qin. Xiaoyao. Looking at her son's outstretched hand looking at her, Yi Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mo Xiaoyao glanced at Mo Xiaobao in displeasure. He slightly raised his hand, and a force pulled the weasel hairbrush that was stuck in the pillar back. With a bang, it fell into the brush holder in front of Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaobao shrank his neck. He probably understood that he came at the wrong time. Fu Wang's mood was very bad. He carefully squeezed to Yi Li's side. Yang Qin. Yi Li reached out and touched Mo Xiaobao's little head. She smiled and said, Xiaobao has grown taller. Have you been obedient these days? Mo Xiaobao's eyes lit up. He nodded heavily and said, Xiaobao is very obedient. Yang Qin, Xiaobao has grown up. Yi Li found it funny and pinched his little nose. Grown up? Do you still want Yang Qin to hold you when you grow up? Looking at Mo Xiaobao's outstretched hand asking for a hug, Yi Li shook her head. Because she was often not by Mo Xiaobao's side these 2 years, Yi Li can't help but feel guilty and spoil Mo Xiaobao. However, a 7 or 8-year-old child really shouldn't be hugged like this. Mo Xiaoyao's eyes were about to spit fire. Mo Xiaoyao stepped forward and picked up Mo Xiaobao in front of him. He lightly said, Have you finished the things I told you? Mo Xiaobao proudly raised his little face and said, Of course, it's finished. Isn't it just 2 hours of horse stance, half an hour of swordsmanship, half an hour of horsemanship, and 20 pieces of calligraphy? How can this kind of trivial matter stop him? Mo Yuchen. Mo Xiaoyao sneered at someone's complacent little face. Very good. Then starting tomorrow, I'll add another 2 hours of archery and 20 pieces of calligraphy. Mo Xiaobao's little face stiffened. He quickly calculated in his heart. 2 hours of horse stance, 2 hours of archery, then swordsmanship and horsemanship, and 40 pieces of calligraphy. It will take at least 4 or 5 hours to finish. He'll be tired to death. I thought, it must be that the homework that I gave you is too easy, so you can be so leisurely. So, from today on, I will be strict with you. After all, father and your mother have high hopes for you. Mo Xiaoyao leisurely said. Chapter 934. Wu. Mo Xiaobao cried miserably as he looked pitifully at Yi Li. Yi Li sighed and looked up at the roof, pretending not to see her son's pleading gaze. She believed that Mo Xiaoyao knew what he was doing. More importantly, the more she helped, the more Mo Xiaoyao wanted to punish Mo Xiaobao. It was better to leave the matters between father and son to them to resolve. Seeing that his pleas for help had failed, Mo Xiaobao fell into despair. Now Mo Xiaobao finally understood that if his father really did flip out, even his mother wouldn't be able to save him. He could only look innocently at Mo Xiaoyao. "Father, this child will work hard." Our dear Mo Xiaobao's starry eyes were still quite lethal. Mo Xiaoyao's lips twitched as he looked up at the sky, speechless. Was this really his son? He was too shameless. "Good boy, study well. Father has high hopes for you." Mo Xiaobao still underestimated a certain person's heart of stone. Mo Xiaoyao firmly patted his son's shoulder. His pitiful act failed again. Mo Xiaobao stared blankly for a moment before running away in tears. From then on, Acropolis City lost a little tyrant who flaunted his might, and gained a pitiful child who danced at the sound of the rooster. Mo Xiaobao was very smart and didn't need much time to learn. However, the homework Mo Xiaoyao gave him was not something that could be solved with intelligence. No matter how smart Mo Xiaobao was, he would not be able to turn 2 hours into an hour, nor would he be able to turn 40 words into 4. Because of this, the military headquarters clapped their hands in celebration. Of course, Mo Xiaobao also gained something. When he returned to Li City, Mr. Qin Yun and the Su family discovered that Mo Xiaobao had grown taller and healthier. Also, the words that Mr. Hongyu thought were barely passable had improved quite a bit. It could be said that he had reached a higher level. Although the battle was fierce, Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li, who were in Acropolis City, were still quite idle. As the commander-in-chief, there was no need for him to personally lead the charge and arrange the troops. Mo Xiaoyao only needed to control the overall situation and the deployment of troops. Naturally, the frontline commanders would be in charge of the front lines. The reason why Mo Xiaoyao had personally come to the battlefield was just to warm up before the big battle, and also because he was bored. Even so, there was still an endless stream of news coming from the front every day. Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao spent most of their time in the study. Lei Jinting personally led 700,000 troops to attack Ruichang City. He Su and Morong Shun were no match for him. In the study, Yi Li read softly while holding a report that had just arrived on a fast horse. Mo Xiaoyao's expression was calm. He leaned on the chair and said indifferently, "It's not strange. He Su and Morong Shun are indeed no match for Lei Jinting." However, Lei Jinting personally went into battle from the start. Moreover, he brought almost all of the main forces of the Shilling army. Is he trying to compete with I? Feng Jiao raised his eyebrows and smiled. Once the prince goes to fight with Lei Jinting, the North will give Yilu Yi and Helian Jun a chance to catch their breath. I didn't think that Lei Jinting would be willing to make such a sacrifice for me. Yi Li shook her head and said, "This can't be considered a sacrifice. If the northern tribes collapse first, the western mausoleum will have no chance." Lei Jinting delayed Xiaoyao. Not only did he give the northern tribes a chance to catch their breath, he also delayed the battle. In another 1 or 2 months, the Dechu State's army should arrive. Feng Jiao frowned and said, "Since that's the case, we should defeat the northern tribes first and then focus on dealing with the threat in the south. Otherwise, the situation of being attacked from both sides would really make one feel infuriated." That's right, Wang Fei. News of Mo Jingli's ascension should arrive in the next 2 days, right? Feng Jiao asked curiously. He didn't think that Mo Jingli would actually ascend the throne in the end. Although the ascension came a little, but at least he had fulfilled Mo Jingli's long-cherished wish. Yi Li nodded and said, "It should be soon. Once Mo Jingli ascends the throne, it will be time for the Dechu state to send out their troops." Mo Xiaoyao stared at the large map of each country's military strength and war situation spread out on the table in front of him. He pointed at the northern tribes and said, "Since that's the case, let's take care of the northern tribes first." Coincidentally, there should be news of Yelu Hong. Marquis Nan frowned and said, "Then what about General Moro?" Once Ruichang City was breached, then Acropolis and Feihong Pass would be next. Marquis Nan couldn't help but worry. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, "Let I see how powerful Lei Jinting, the West Hill war god, is. Marquis Nan, I'll trouble you to guard Acropolis. Feihong Pass is guarded by old General Yuan Pei, so I can rest assured. In addition, I will order Fu Zhao and Liu Jingxian to lead 200,000 troops back as reinforcements." Marquis Nan was shocked and said in a low voice, "If the prince calls General Liu back, then what should we do in the north?" Once Liu Jingxian led his troops back, there wouldn't be a single general who could take charge of the northern tribes. It was a pity that Zhang Qilan was guarding the West Hill thousands of miles away, and Leng Huai was in the Chu capital. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a shortage of generals. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and smiled. "I will still go and meet Helian Zhun personally." In the battle 18 years ago, Mo Xiaoyao never admitted that he was defeated by Helian Zhun. However, the Maoist army was indeed greatly weakened by Helian Zhun. This matter naturally had to be resolved sooner or later. The Southern Marquis was slightly stunned by the killing intent in Mo Xiaoyao's words. He nodded and said, "This general obeys. However, this general is not belittling himself, but I'm afraid so many people might not be able to stop Lei Jinting." The title of Lei Jinting as the West Hill war god didn't fall from the sky. At least, among the generals in the Prince Ding mansion, other than Prince Ding, no one else had the title of Invincible War God. To ordinary people like them, victory and defeat were common occurrences in battle. Marquis Nin had been on the battlefield for a long time and had also suffered many defeats. Mo Xiaoyao pointed at Feihong Pass and Acropolis. He smiled and said, 3 months. Defend these 2 places. Marquis Nan, do you think there's a problem?" Marquis Nin was silent for a moment. Prince Ding meant to conquer the northern tribes in 3 months? After a long time, Marquis Nin stood up and said loudly, "I accept the order. I swear to defend Acropolis with my life." Mo Xiaoyao nodded with satisfaction and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Marquis Nan." As expected, within 2 days, the news of Mo Jingli's ascension to the throne finally spread to Acropolis. After receiving the news, Mo Xiaoyao didn't even bat an eyelid. He casually threw the booklet aside and stood up to reach out his hand to Yili. Yili smiled and shook his hand. It was time for them to go to war. Yili and Mo Xiaoyao didn't send Mo Xiaobao back to Li City. Instead, they brought Mo Xiaobao to the army camp. The Maoist army men had to enter the army camp at the age of 10 to gain experience. Although Mo Xiaobao was only 7 or 8 years old, there was no harm in following along. It was his first time in the army camp, and Mo Xiaobao was indeed excited. It was a pity that Mo Xiaoyao's daily homework was like a mountain pressing down on his head. He didn't have the energy to play with cats and dogs. This time, Mo Xiaoyao was also different from the previous time when he was in a stalemate with the northern tribes. Hundreds of thousands of Maoist army were as fast as lightning. They charged towards the city where the northern tribes were stationed. The northern tribes were originally nomads. They were good at long-distance raids and strong attacks. However, they were extremely weak when it came to defending a city. In just 5 days, they were forced to retreat 400 li before they could regain their footing. Chapter 935. In the northern tribes camp, Yaluyi looked down at the generals with a dark expression and said in a low voice, "Mo Xiaoyao has taken 2 cities in a short 5 days. What countermeasures do you have?" Helian Zhun said, "I didn't expect that Mo Xiaoyao would actually ignore Lei Jinting, this great enemy, and wholeheartedly attack my army. In this old man's opinion, Mo Xiaoyao most likely intends to deal with my northern tribes with all his might before turning to deal with the Western Tomb and Great Chu." Yaluyi looked at Helian Zhun and said coldly, "In other words, General Helian's plan to ally with Xiling and a Chu state has completely failed?" Helian Zhun smiled bitterly. Yi called him uncle most of the time, but now he called him General Helion. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with him. Helion Jun sighed helplessly. If Mo Jingli had not delayed the attack, it would have been more than this. But now, the plan to attack the Princeton mansion has not failed. It is just that the northern tribes did not gain any benefits. In other words, harming others without benefiting oneself. The Prince Ding mansion indeed had to face the siege of Xiling and Chu state. But who would have thought that Mo Xiaoyao would not care that the loss of Ruichang would affect Feihong Pass, Acropolis, and even the northwest protected by the Mahist army? He wanted to deal with the northern tribes first. The northern tribes were already at odds with the Mahist army, and war could break out at any moment. The current situation did not cause any losses to the northern tribes. It was just that there were no benefits to being busy for a few months. Princess Ding has gone to Jiangnan these 2 months. Helian Peng, who was sitting below Helian Jun, suddenly said. Because of a defeat last time, Yi did not like Helian Peng. However, Helian Peng seemed to have changed a lot in these few months. He did not care about Yeluye's attitude at all. He only did his own things silently and rarely spoke. This changed Yeluye's impression of him slightly. Hearing him suddenly speak, Yeluye frowned and said, Yili went to Jiangnan? How do you know? Helian Peng remained silent, his eyes indifferent as he stared at Yeluye. He had been defeated by Yi Li and regarded it as the greatest humiliation of his life. Naturally, he would pay close attention to Yi Li. It was just that after those few lessons, he no longer acted impulsively. Moreover, Yi Li's heart wasn't that easy to find out. This was something that Helian Peng had slowly guessed over the past few days based on various clues. Helian Peng lowered his gaze, saying, Father should know that Jinan Palace and the Prince Ding Mansion joined hands to exterminate Infinite Boundless Mountain. Helian Jun nodded. Such a big thing happened not long before he went to Jiangnan, so Helian Jun naturally knew. Helian Peng said, However, after Infinite Boundless Mountain was exterminated, young Master Qingshun went missing for a period of time. However, Glass City did not send anyone to deal with this matter. During this time, Yili has not appeared in front of anyone, so he must have gone to Jiangnan. A trace of anger flashed in Yeluye's eyes as he said in a low voice, It's Yili again messing up eyes matters. Mo Jingli's sudden delay in dispatching troops has something to do with Yili. Helian Peng nodded, saying, It should be so. However, even if Yili didn't go, I'm afraid that the matter of the 3 countries forming an alliance wouldn't be so easily resolved. If young Master Qingshun hadn't gone missing, the person who dealt with this matter back then should have been young Master Qingshun. Everyone was silent. Although that was the case, young Master Qingshun was still on the surface after all. It was important to guard against him. And now, they didn't even know what Yili had done in Jiangnan. Helian Peng said, Prince Ding probably wants to drive our northern tribes out of the pass before the Chu state sends troops. At that time, he can focus on dealing with Lei Jinting and Mo Jingli. Yeluye laughed coldly, saying, Wanting to drive our northern tribes out of the pass. How could it be so easy? You guys tell us how to deal with Mo Xiaoyao. Everyone looked at each other. Yeluye frowned and said, Helian Peng, tell us. Helian Peng said in a low voice, Our northern tribes army is good at fighting face-to-face. Our cavalry is even better at long-distance raids, but we are not good at defending a city. Now that the Mahist army had the initiative, in the words of the people of the Central Plains, they were using their weaknesses to attack the enemy's strengths. Failure was something that could be expected. Then what do you think we should do? Yeluye asked. Helian Peng said, In my opinion, we should play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. In the entire northern tribes, other than the palace, there were no decent cities. The soldiers of the northern tribes naturally didn't need to defend a city. Now that they had suddenly switched from offense to defense, they naturally had their hands and feet tied. Yeluye thought for a moment and looked at Helian Jun. Uncle, what do you think? Helian Jun nodded and said, Peng, Er's words are reasonable. I'm also serious. Our army is at a disadvantage in defending a city. Why don't we take the initiative and attack? In terms of cavalry, even if the northern tribes can't win against the Prince Ding Mansion, they're at least on par. But we have more cavalry than the Black Cloud Cavalry. Although the Black Cloud Cavalry was once known as the most elite force of the Mahist army, they were not the main force of the Mahist army. The main force of the Mahist army was still made up of normal infantry. Because the terrain of the Chu state was complicated, cavalry could not be used at all. But the northern tribes was a vast grassland. Their soldiers were mainly cavalry. If they really fought, the Black Cloud Cavalry would definitely not have the upper hand. Yelui frowned and looked at Helian Jun and the others, saying, I agree with Uncle and General Huyen's judgment. We can't retreat anymore. The news that came from the palace shows that Father is already very dissatisfied with Ai's lack of progress in the past half a year. We even lost a lot of the land that we originally obtained. If we lose again, I'm afraid that Father will not agree to send more troops to us. The northern tribes had a vast territory, but sparsely populated. It was not as easy to gather troops as the Central Plains. The northern tribes had lost a lot of troops this time, which made the royal house of the northern tribes very dissatisfied. It also gave Yelu Hong a chance to attack them. I understand. Everyone stood up and said. Yelu Yi nodded with satisfaction and said, Good. This time Uncle and General Helian will lead the troops. Helian Peng, don't disappoint I again. Helian Peng said in a low voice, I understand. Please rest assured, Your Highness. Chapter 9:36. In the Mahist army camp, Mo Xiaobao sat obediently in a corner of the tent, writing characters. At the same time, he did not forget to eavesdrop on the conversation between Mo Xiuyao, Yi Li, and the other generals. Mo Xiuyao had sent Lu Jingxian and the other capable generals to the southern front. Thus, the northern front led by Mo Xiuyao, and Yi Li was left with Yun Ting, Chun Yun, and the other young generals. However, as the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. These young generals were entrusted with such a task for the first time and were naturally filled with confidence and ambition. After a few victories, they threw their initial worries to the side, and their morale was high. Mo Xiuyao looked at the young generals calmly and said with a smile, After these few days, what do you all feel? Why don't you share it with I? The generals looked at each other and then at Princess Ding. Yin Ting said, We have been winning these few days. Prince, do you feel that there is something wrong? Mo Xiuyao smiled and said, There is nothing wrong with it. I just want to know what you all think. Everyone was silent for a while. Chinyan said, Although we have been winning these few days, it is mostly because the northern tribes are not good at defending cities. If the northern tribes gave up on defending cities and fought us head-on, I am afraid we would not have won so easily. After Chinyan finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Indeed, it was not that they had not fought with the northern tribes before. If they could win so easily, they would not have had to fight for so long. The northern tribes were valiant and good at fighting. They were not as easy to defeat as they thought. It was just that these few days of consecutive victories gave them a feeling that the northern tribes were only SOSO. Not fearing the enemy was a good thing, but underestimating the enemy too much was not a good thing. Thus, facing the pleading gazes of the generals, Yi Li turned a blind eye. Chun Yun, Yun Ting, and the other generals had gone through many years of learning and training. In terms of war, they were not inferior to the veterans. What they lacked was the experience of gambling and the mentality to be indifferent to victory and defeat. However, this kind of mentality could only be honed through countless victories and defeats. This resulted in them being more complacent than the veterans when they won a battle. When they lost a battle, they were more likely to break down than the veterans. The tent was silent for a long time before Mo Xiuyao nodded his head and said, It is good that you understand. It was because of their complacency over the past few days that everyone felt ashamed. When they saw that Wang Yi was not angry, they all let out a sigh of relief. Yun Ting hesitated for a moment and asked, Prince, do you mean to say the northern tribe will change their tactics? Mo Xiaoyao said, if they do not change their tactics after consecutive defeats, then the northern tribes are really hopelessly stupid. Do you all know what to do? The generals replied in unison, we understand. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and did not ask what they understood. He said, if you understand, then go and prepare. The generals took their leave and left the tent. Mo Xiaoyao turned his head and saw Mo Xiaobao lying on the table, listening to the conversation with great interest. Seeing the generals leave, he still had a look of regret on his face. Mo Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes and glanced at him. Mo Xiaobao shrunk his head back and lowered his head to continue writing. Mo Xiaoyao looked at him and asked, did you understand the conversation just now? Mo Xiaobao raised his head, his clever big eyes glancing around. When he found that Mo Xiaoyao was not talking to anyone else, he hurriedly gave a fawning smile. Replying to Imperial Father, I understand. Mo Xiaoyao asked, understand what? Mo Xiaobao replied obediently. Father reminded the generals not to be complacent and underestimate their opponents just because of a momentary victory. The reason why our army was able to win so easily these few days was because the northern tribes are not good at defending cities. Our army used our strengths to attack their weaknesses. Now that the northern tribes have changed their tactics, our army might be flustered because of carelessness. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and reluctantly agreed with Mo Xiaobao's words. He raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Then, what do you think we should do if the northern tribes attack us directly? Ere this, Mo Xiaobao frowned and thought for a long time. Then his eyes lit up and he looked at Mo Xiaoyao expectantly. The northern tribes are good at fighting in the wilderness and they are very fast. We can lure them into the mountains. The northern tribes are not familiar with the terrain and the cavalry is not good at fighting in the mountains. We can win. After saying that, Mo Xiaobao blinked his eyes proudly, his big eyes saying, praise me, praise me. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and flicked his head. He smiled faintly and said, at your age, it is not bad that you can think of so many things. Mo Xiaobao was stunned and stared at his father unhappily. Is this a compliment? Eldest uncle and great-grandfather would never praise anyone like that. Grandfather said that Chunner is very smart. Mo Xiaobao, who felt that he was being looked down upon by his father, proudly threw himself into Yili's arms. Mother, father is bullying me. Yili laughed and patted his little head. Your father was obviously praising you. How did it turn into bullying you? Mo Xiaobao pouted his little mouth and said, Xiaobao is not young. It's already good that he thinks so much. Xiaobao's idea is obviously very good. Grandfather and uncle both praised Xiaobao for being so smart. Yili sighed helplessly and smiled at Mo Xiaobao. But what you thought of is something that everyone can think of. There's nothing special about it. Why don't you go out and ask Chen-Yun and the rest, see if they can think of it too. Actually, it was a very common thing for adults to praise a child for being smart. And Mo Xiaobao was indeed worthy of being praised for being smart. But the people who praised him were not ordinary people. Thus, Mo Xiaobao could not help but think that his intelligence was unparalleled. Now that he received a small blow from Mo Xiaoyao, he was a little unhappy. Wu, lying on Yili's knees, Mo Xiaobao looked pitifully at Yili. Yili smiled and rubbed his son's head. And your father is right. You are still young and do not have as much knowledge as an adult. Naturally, there are many things that you cannot think of. This does not mean that our Xiaobao is not smart. Mo Xiaoyao raised his brows and took out 2 books from the side. He placed them in front of Mo Xiaobao and said, finish reading these 2 books, then write down how you think this battle should be fought for me. If it is not bad, I will admit that you are very smart. Mo Xiaobao's eyes lit up. Receiving his father's approval and praise was something that every child desired. But Mo Xiaobao and Mo Xiaoyao got along with each other because of one blow after another. Although Mo Xiaobao usually disliked his father, he was more persistent in praising Mo Xiaoyao. As expected, When Mo Xiaoyao finished speaking, Mo Xiaobao snatched the books and hugged them. It's a promise. If I think of a good idea, Father will use my idea to fight the enemy. Chapter 9:37. Mo Xiaoyao nodded without hesitation and smiled. No problem. Just stay in the tent and study these 2 books for the next few days. Father will also send people to bring over some files of the northern tribes for you to refer to. As long as the method you propose can stand up to scrutiny and test, I will not only use your method, I can also announce to the world that this battle was fought by you, Mo Xiaobao. It's Mo Yuchen. Mo Xiaobao said with dissatisfaction and pride. What Xiaobao was really not magnificent. He did not even dare to imagine what kind of feeling he would have if he had done something that was famous throughout the world and heard people discussing Ding Palace's Mo Xiaobao is really XXX. Okay. Mo Xiaoyao nodded. As long as you can do it, I will no longer call you Mo Xiaobao. But on the contrary, you have to shout 3 times in front of the entire camp. This prince is called Mo Xiaobao. Okay, it's a promise, a gentleman's promise. Mo Xiaoyao looked at Mo Xiaobao's short stature with disdain and lazily added, a whip on a fast horse. Thus, Mo Xiaobao, who suddenly had a goal, picked up 2 thick books and quickly ran out of the tent. As he did so, he turned around and waved at Yili. Mother, wait for your child to win glory for you. Yili helplessly raised her hand to cover her face and smiled. Son, even though Mother is used to calling you Mo Xiaobao, but Mother still does not want the world to know you are called Xiaobao. Prince, scheming against a young child, you really have a lot of free time. Yili looked at Mo Xiaoyao with a smile that was not a smile. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and smiled. I clearly made an agreement with him openly. How is it scheming? Yili said, Is that so? When Xiaobao finishes reading the 2 books you gave him and the files you sent over, and thinks of a plan, 1 or 2 months should have passed right. By then, the battle between the Mahist army and the northern tribes would have already been settled, not to mention how to deal with the northern tribes. No matter how smart Mo Xiaobao was, he was still a child. A normal child would only be enlightened at the age of 7 or 8. The 2 books that Mo Xiaoyao gave him were not only very long, they were also very difficult to understand. Even Yin Ting had to spend 2 to 3 months before he finished reading them, not to mention a child like Xiaobao who couldn't even recognize words. Therefore, from the very beginning, this gamble was a scheme devised by Mo Xiaoyao to attack Mo Xiaobao. Since Miss Li knows, why didn't she say anything? Mo Xiaoyao said with a smile. It seems that Miss Li also thinks that I didn't do anything wrong, right? Yili was speechless. Mo Xiaobao was indeed a little arrogant. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had such a big reaction to Mo Xiaoyao's words that could be considered praise. There was nothing wrong with being attacked a little. After all, there were many people who could satisfy his self-confidence. Yili looked helplessly at Mo Xiaoyao and said with a dangerous smile, Be careful that he doesn't mess with you later. Mo Xiaoyao chuckled in a low voice. That brat is best at seeking luck and avoiding misfortune. He only knows how to mess with you. Mo Xiaobao had long understood his father's heart of stone. Therefore, he normally wouldn't mess around with Mo Xiaoyao. Furthermore, his goal was to surpass Mo Xiaoyao and step on his father's head. If he were to fool around with his Lord Father now and wait until he defeated his Lord Father in the future, then his Lord Father would announce this matter to the public. Wouldn't his prestige as the heir of Prince Ding be completely gone? Hearing this, Yili's face couldn't help but turn black. As expected by Mo Xiaoyao, the northern tribes changed their strategy the next day. They didn't wait for the Mahist army to attack the city, as usual. Instead, he led the cavalry out of the city and directly engaged in a decisive battle with the Mo family army a few miles away. Although the Mo family army was prepared for this, they were still inconvenienced by the northern cavalry's rampage. Not only did the number of casualties rise, but they couldn't even touch the edge of the city walls, let alone attack the city. Although the northern tribes had also suffered some losses, they were at most on par with each other. with both sides suffering some losses. It was a far cry from their previous easy victory. Once they returned to the camp, all the generals gathered to discuss how to deal with the northern tribes' cavalry. Actually, they were already experienced in dealing with the northern tribes' cavalry. After all, the Mahist army and the Mahist army had fought many times. The reason why the Black Cloud cavalry of the Mo family army was so strong was largely due to the presence of the northern tribes' cavalry. However, such a large-scale battle was rare in the history of both countries. Even though the Mahist army had suffered heavy losses, it was because the soldiers died in vain and not in battle. In terms of battle, the number of soldiers who died in battle was probably not as high as this one. Hence, it was not appropriate to use cavalry against cavalry now. The Black Cloud cavalry only had about 150,000 men in recent years. However, the northern tribes were all cavalry. How is it? Does anyone have any good ideas? Chen asked. At the side, Sun Yao chuckled. The northern tribes' horses are indeed powerful. However, if their horses can't even run. Sun Yao was an unorthodox general and had always been a little wretched when it came to fighting. Yinting was puzzled. He frowned and asked, "Drug their horses?" But the horses are the foundation of the northern tribes' army. They will definitely send people to guard them. If we want to drug them, even with Qi Lin's help, it will be difficult. Furthermore, how many drugs would it take to drug all of the horses? Furthermore, it would have to be done at the same time. However, there were hundreds of thousands of horses. How many people would it take to drug them? Sun Yao rolled his eyes at him and said, "Of course I'm not sending someone to poison them. I'm afraid sending someone to assassinate Yilu Yi is more reliable than poisoning the war horses." Everyone had interacted for a long time and understood each other's temperament. Yinting was not angry and looked at Sun Yao. "Then what do you have in mind? You can't possibly say this for nothing, right?" Sun Yao laughed. "Why would I say such nonsense? We can do this." Sun Yao leaned over and whispered a few words into Yinting's ear. Hearing this, Yinting's eyes lit up. He leaned over and whispered into Chen Yun's ear. Everyone gathered around the fire, and the atmosphere became lively. Sun Yao's idea seemed to have sparked their train of thought. Everyone started talking in full swing. "I think we can do this," Yinting said. "I think this is better," Zhou Min said proudly. "Actually, I think this is even better," Chen Yun added. In a hidden spot not far away, Yili stood beside Mo Xiaoyao and smiled as she looked at the generals who were discussing intensely around a ball of fire. She smiled and said, "Looks like the previous reminder was useful. Today's battle did not lower their morale at all. They will be even more motivated to fight now." Mo Xiaoyao nodded and said, "If they can't even overcome this small setback, they don't have the right to stay in the Mahist army." "Xiaoyao, do you think their idea will work? We will know tomorrow if it works." Chapter 938. On the second day of the battle, the Mahist army came up with all kinds of strange methods. The Mahist army carried bags of hay and the food that the horses liked on their backs. The moment the bag was opened, the horses spilled fodder onto the ground. The northern tribes were already running low on fodder this month. The moment the horses caught a whiff of the fodder, they were immediately killed by the soldiers of the Mo family. Even if they were not killed, they were immediately knocked out by the medicine in the fodder. There were also all kinds of strange traps, ropes, spears, crossbows, and so on. There were all kinds of things, only those that could not be done were not thought of. These things were obviously made overnight. Although they were not very smooth, they still caused a lot of damage to the northern tribes. This day ended with the northern tribes retreating back to the city in defeat. In the northern tribes' camp, Yilu Yi was once again enraged. Actually, he knew that he could not blame Helian Peng for the loss of today's battle. But under the continuous losses, if he did not give Helian Peng a good scolding, he really did not know how to vent his anger. Helian Peng did not explain and knelt in the middle of the tent, waiting for Yilu Yi to finish venting his anger. After venting his anger, Yilu Yi looked at Helian Peng, who was kneeling in the tent, and felt a little guilty. He frowned and waved his hand, saying, "General Helion, please rise." Helion Peng said in a low voice, "It's all my fault. Seventh Prince, please punish me." Yaluyi sighed and said, "It's not your fault. The people of the Princeton Mansion have always been crafty. We knew that they would come up with such a sinister idea. The Mahist army coming up with such an idea was probably because they knew that the northern tribes were lacking in food." Helion Peng said, "Your Highness need not worry. Today's method can only be used once. After today, we will not be able to use it again. But I'm afraid that they will come up with other methods." Yaluyi frowned and said, "General Helion, what methods do you have?" Helion Peng said, "Our previous thinking was not wrong. The northern tribes' cavalry had indeed caused a lot of trouble for the Mahist army. Otherwise, they would not have used their own rations to deal with our cavalry. What this general means is that we need to increase our speed and attack the Mahist army even more fiercely so that they won't be able to cope." Yaluyi pondered for a moment, then said, "Fine, we'll do as you say." "Your Highness, an envoy from the palace wishes to see you," reported the guard outside the tent. Yaluyi and Helion Peng exchanged a glance. Yaluyi frowned. The royal court's messenger at this time. Why would royal father send someone here? Helion Peng said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, for His Majesty to send an envoy here at this time. If it isn't to reward your Highness, then I'm afraid the situation is far from good." However, everyone knew that the northern tribes were in a disadvantageous position right now. The northern tribes' army had been losing battle after battle. It was hard to believe that this was a reward. Yaluyi also knew this in his heart. He nodded and ordered, "Go invite Uncle over." Helion Peng replied in a deep voice, "Yes." Not long after, Helion Jun and Helion Peng entered the tent. The royal court's messenger had just arrived. That person stood in the tent and looked respectfully at Yaluyi. However, Helion Jun and Helion Peng's hearts sank. This person was Yelu Hong's man. At this time, the northern tribe's messenger was from the Crown Prince's faction. The meaning of this was self-evident. The messenger glanced at Helion Jun and Helion Peng and smiled. "Your Highness, may I read the king's edict now?" Yaluyi's face darkened as he nodded and said, "Messenger, please." The messenger did not mind his coldness. He took out a roll of yellow cloth and unfolded it. He recited in a long voice, "The king's edict. The seventh prince has led his army here, but has been defeated repeatedly and has lost soldiers and generals." The messenger read the long edict. In fact, it was only a short sentence. It reprimanded Yaluyi for leading the army and causing the northern tribes to lose soldiers and generals, causing the northern tribes to suffer great losses. He even hurriedly submitted a request for troops. The king of the northern tribes ordered Yaluyi to defeat Imo, Xiaoyao, and the Mahist army within 2 months. Otherwise, he would hand over the military power to someone else. Although it was not explicitly stated who that someone else was, Yaluyi could guess that if he lost, the one who would benefit in the end would naturally be the crown prince, Yelu Hong. "Your Highness, I wonder if your Highness understands the king's meaning?" After reading the edict, the messenger smiled and asked, "The king is anxious about the war in the Chu state and is worried sick. I hope your Highness can understand." Yaluyi snorted and coldly said, "Thank you for your reminder. I naturally understand." The messenger smiled. "It's good that you understand. In that case, this official will follow your Highness in the army for the next few days. When the time comes, I can quickly report the victory to the king." He was going to supervise the army. Yaluyi narrowed his eyes. The northern tribes had never had an army supervisor. They listened to whoever led the army. However, this messenger came under the orders of the king of the northern tribes and naturally had the right to control the entire army. In this way, Yaluyi, the prince and commander-in-chief, would be restricted in every way and could be reported to the king of the northern tribes at any time. Yaluyi knew that the current situation was extremely unfavorable for him. His royal father was probably very dissatisfied with him in the royal court. The best choice was naturally to hand over the military power to Hellion Jun and immediately return to the royal court to explain to his royal father. After all, as a prince, nothing was more important than the trust of the king of the northern tribes. However, Yaluyi also understood that once he left, Hellion Jun, who had not led an army for more than 10 years, might not be able to control these hundreds of thousands of troops. When the time came and the troops fell into Yelu Hong's hands, he would really have nothing. Yaluyi looked indifferently at the messenger below, a trace of cold, killing intent flashing through his eyes. He nodded slightly. In that case, I will have to trouble your highness. Since he was already one step behind, the crown prince in the royal court was probably already prepared. In that case, why should he retreat? His royal father's trust and military power were both important to him. The messenger did not seem to hear the cold intent in his words and nodded with a smile. Thank you, your highness. Chapter 9:39. The fact that the king of the northern tribes had sent an envoy to the Dechu state naturally could not be hidden from the Prince Ding mansion. In the Mahist army camp, Yili looked at the report in her hand and frowned. The king of the northern tribes sent an envoy at this time. Does he not trust Yaluyi anymore? Mo Xiaoyao smiled. It's not that he doesn't trust him, but Yaluyi has lost many battles these days. The territory that the northern tribes have now is less than half of the territory that the northern tribes used to have in the Dechu state. The king of the northern tribes is naturally not satisfied with him. But the choice of envoy is a little interesting. I'm afraid that Yaluyi does not trust the king of the northern tribes anymore. Yili looked at it seriously and muttered, This envoy is Yelu Hong's man? Mo Xiaoyao nodded, looking very satisfied. Yelu Hong didn't disappoint this king's expectations after all. To be able to do this, to be able to hold the position of crown prince of the northern tribes for so many years, he is indeed not an ordinary person. Yelu Hong wants Yaluyi to suspect that the king of the northern tribes does not trust him and make him betray him today. Is he not afraid that Yaluyi will return to the northern tribes and cause trouble for him? Yili raised her eyebrows. Mo Xiaoyao smiled. Because he is very sure that Yaluyi will not be able to return to the northern tribes. Even if he is lucky enough to return, he will definitely not have the strength to fight with him. Yili nodded and thought for a while before shaking her head. Yelu Hong wants to control Yaluyi's military power. I'm afraid it will not be so easy. Instead, the envoy may lose his life. Although she did not know Yaluyi well, Yili still had some understanding of his personality. He may very well suspect that the king of the northern tribes does not trust him and thus betray him, or even do something that he should not do. But it would not be so easy for Yelu Hong to get his hands on military power. Unless Yelu Hong personally came, the people he sent would probably all die at the hands of Yaluyi. Should we secretly help them? Yili asked. Mo Xiaoyao shook his head. No need. Yaluyi can do whatever he wants. If he can't kill Yelu Hong's men, we can help him. Yili understood Mo Xiaoyao's meaning. They were temporarily cooperating with Yelu Hong, but they weren't friends. Naturally, they didn't need to help him all the time. Furthermore, Yelu Hong wanted to take control of the army and withdraw the northern tribe's soldiers out of the pass, while Mo Xiaoyao wanted all the northern tribe's soldiers to die in the pass. Obviously, the two sides had different standpoints. Since Yelu Hong wanted to snatch it, they would just let the two brothers kill each other and reap the benefits. Yili nodded and said with a faint smile, Prince, what a good plan. Mo Xiaoyao smiled proudly at Yili and said, Wife also thinks that your husband is very smart, right? Yili smiled but didn't say anything. In her heart, she was sweating profusely. Mo Xiaoyao's schemes were not just smart. There were many smart people in this world, but they always lacked something. For example, Su Hongyu lacked ambition. Another example was young Master Qing Chun, who lacked ruthlessness. Mo Xiaoyao lacked none of these. Most importantly, he could wrap all these up in a harmless appearance. Otherwise, Mo Jingqi would not have tolerated him for so many years. Intelligence, decisiveness, patience, ambition, ruthlessness, and Mo Xiaoyao did not lack any of these. That was why he could single-handedly turn the Prince Ding mansion from its crumbling state to its current state. That was why he could start planning so many years ago, making the current situation under the heavens under his control. Li, is I not smart? Mo Xiaoyao rubbed against Yi Li's body unwillingly. Yi Li said helplessly, "Who in this world dares to say that Prince Ding is not smart?" Those who thought that their intelligence was higher than Prince Ding's were either fools or truly smart people. The former was already dead, while the latter knew what could be said and what could not. Mo Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction and planted a kiss on Yi Li's face. So, to be able to become Ai's beloved wife, Li Li is also the smartest woman. Yi Li rolled her eyes helplessly and slapped his handsome face away. "Prince, are you planning to boast in front of me? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? If anyone dares to laugh at Ai's Li Li, I will kill them," Mo Xiaoyao said in a low voice. In the end, she couldn't bear to slap his handsome face with his white hair. Yi Li reached out and pinched his face instead. In these few years, Prince Ding had become more and more shameless. It was a world of difference from the cultured and refined, noble prince who had a slightly alienated aura when they first met. Yi Li suspected that there was something wrong with her eyes at the time. As expected, Lily likes Ai's face, huh? You can't bear to part with it, right? No problem. If Lily likes it, then Lily can pinch me. Yi Li couldn't really pinch Mo Xiaoyao, so Mo Xiaoyao was happy to enjoy it. He simply laid down on Yi Li's lap and smiled with his eyes closed. After hearing what he said, Yi Li couldn't continue pinching him. She could only withdraw her hand. "Prince, I find that you are becoming more and more. Prince, Feng Jiao rushed in and froze at the door. Looking at the two people inside, Feng Jiao deeply felt that he had forgotten to look at the almanac before leaving. Coughing lightly, Feng Jiao said seriously, "You can continue. I will take my leave." Mo Xiaoyao sat up and looked unhappily at Feng Jiao. "What's the matter?" Feng Jiao waved the thing in his hand. "It's not a big matter. The new envoy from the northern tribes camp seems to be dying. So fast." Yi Li asked curiously, although she had expected that the envoy wouldn't live for long, but it had only been 2 days. "Wasn't it a little too fast?" Feng Jiao said this. "I heard that he's not acclimatized to the climate." It wasn't that there weren't any cases of acclimatization, but it was rare for it to be serious to the point of death. And it was usually from the extreme north to the extreme south, or from a dry and cold place to a hot and humid place. Although the north of the Chu state was slightly different from the north of the northern tribes, it wasn't that obvious in this season. It was just not as cold as the winter of the northern tribes. Who would believe that this servant would die from acclimatization? But it wasn't important whether they believed it or not, as long as there was a reason. Mo Xiaoyao thought for a moment and said, "Send a letter to Yelu Hong's people. As to whether they can make it in time to save him, it doesn't matter to the Prince Ding mansion." Feng Jiao understood and nodded with a smile. "I will send the letter in a moment. No, tomorrow." It would take at least 2 or 3 days for the letter to reach Yelu Hong's people. By the time Yelu Hong's people arrived, it would be just enough time for the envoy to take care of. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Feng Jiao very consciously rubbed his nose and said, "I will take my leave." Mo Xiaoyao snorted softly and left him with disdain. Feng Jiao shrugged his shoulders and turned around to leave. Standing at the entrance of the large tent, Feng Jiao silently looked at the sky. Shouldn't it be Wang Fei who is blushing and shy when he sees that? Why was Wang Fei's expression normal, but the prince's face was red? Seeing Feng Jiao leave with a strange expression, Yi Li tilted her head to look at Mo Xiaoyao's handsome face that was slightly red from being pinched. She couldn't help but laugh. Mo Xiaoyao touched his own face and understood why she was laughing. He sighed helplessly and said, "Since Feng Jiao saw it, that you're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.